host Eric. This beautiful woman next to me, believe it or not, is my wife. And her name's Rachel. And she's here to say RACHEL today.
Ooh, that's a good one.
um, the title of this live stream is Videos People Like versus. So the thing is, here's the deal. I made a video that the whole world needs to see badly called Soccer's Pitch Clock, the stoppage box, which solves international soccer's biggest problem, namely excessive rolling around on the ground syndrome. It has 31 views and one like and one dislike. Contrast this against now drama from Melissa Talks Type Please Re-Erupts or whatever the title is. That has 381 views, 32 comments, 28 likes. So the thing is, what would impact the most people, like if I could get this one idea out there would impact the most people in the entire world, is actually this soccer idea, because people in the world are soccer crazy, you know?
Yeah.
But instead, nobody even wants to see it, even though it's a less than 5 minute long video. It's a perfectly parsed out rule. It solves this big time wasting problem that soccer has. And no, even of the 31 people who watched it, only one of them liked it. Yeah, and one person disliked it. The one who liked it might have even been me.
Oh no.
So I don't know. There is no explaining people sometimes, because that soccer pitch clock video is very not intellectual or weird or whatever, right? Or challenging or anything. It should appeal to anybody who likes soccer at all. And anybody who likes soccer sees this should be like, oh my God, that's such a good idea. Soccer would be so much better if we would have that thing. Yeah, soccer would be so much better if we're. Instead, nobody, not even the president and other board members of FIFA. They're the ones that really need to see it, because I'm offering for free. In fact, I've already done it for free. I have fixed soccer just as I have fixed typology. And all soccer needs to do is watch that video about the stoppage box. You could also call it the recovery box. And they would say, anybody who watched that video objectively and was a FIFA official or something would say, okay, we've got to do this.
Yeah.
Because in the status quo, there's just too much incentive for a team with a lead late in the game, especially if they're an underdog, to take forever to just do anything, to be like, when France had the lead over Brazil towards the end, when France had a throw in, it would be 30 seconds before they get the ball in, at least, maybe 45. When Brazil had a throw in, they'd get in like 5 seconds because they were in a hurry, right? There need to be rules in place to stop this excessive time wasting thing in soccer. But despite the fact that I have come up with a rule that will deal with this problem, I've anticipated all the things, like if it's a whistle for a head injury stoppage, then it doesn't count. If the goalkeeper incurs a stoppage penalty, this is what happens, etc. I've done all that stuff, and nobody cares. Nobody says, "Oh my God, Eric, we need to get you in front of some FIFA people right now. Get this video in front of some FIFA people, because this is important stuff, critically important." So the thing is, other people in general might say, look, Eric, we don't agree with you about your position on typology that you've got to figure it out. We think it's endlessly interpretable however you want to. But nobody in the world should disagree with the fact that that soccer rule that I'm proposing should be added to soccer, that it would fix soccer as well and as correctly and thoroughly as the pitch clock fixed baseball.
Yeah, it would.
Instead, it's no different than hard things. It's like, I get it's typology. It's difficult to make the case to. It's difficult for me to make the case concisely and in a way that anybody can understand as to exactly why defensible typology is exclusively correct and to be preferred. Um, because, of course, I'm not actually affirming that it's necessarily exclusively correct. I'm saying things that deviate from this are incorrect. So, in this instance, we actually got kind of prompted to stream by somebody in the comments saying stream, and it seemed like a good time to stream because we finished watching the soccer games, and they were quite entertaining. The last one was a good one.
Yeah,
Brazil,
it was good.
Brazil versus France, very entertaining game. But my most important soccer-related activity today was making that video that nobody's appreciating for all of its glory. So it just goes to show you, it's to some extent just any good new idea seems to have very little appeal to very many people, right? The fact that you got a good new idea that's going to explain something that's heretofore been unexplained, that's going to delight you with its artistic grace, that it's going to whatever, is very much unvalued. With occasional exceptions. Like, obviously, if something hits with enough artistic grace, it's going to be valued wildly by shit tons of people, as per Johnny, right? But but when it lines up as either a TI validating thing, or apparently even a TE validating thing, because that's what this soccer rule thing is. It's very much a TE. I use TE to figure out how to solve this problem that's unique to this system, which has its own specific logic, right? Soccer has its own logic and yada yada. But what does attract a lot of attention in comments? FI stuff. Drama with this guy who's just inexplicably hate-filled towards Eric for reasons neither he nor anybody else could articulate. The reasons he articulated were not reasons for him to hate me at all. Like, shit that happened within my own family is not a reason for him to hate me. I didn't wrong anybody, right?
Yeah.
He called me a victimizer, but he couldn't articulate anybody that actually victimized. Regardless, that stuff, because there's a lot of emotionality to it, I guess. Especially on his part, I'm assuming. He was in the chat, so I don't know if he was mad, happy, sad, whatever. I'm not going to try to guess what his emotions were. But it's pretty clear from his comments that he's waging war with emotional weapons, right? So his goal there in that stream was to, I guess, hurt my feelings. He said take me down a notch, but what he really meant was to hurt me in some way so that he could see me defeated, weakened, vulnerable, etc. Um, I mean, certainly it's implied that there must be some sort of strong feelings for somebody to spend not only time to do that in real time, but to have spent sufficient time to have learned a bunch of stuff about me by apparently watching my videos. I mean, I don't know how else he would know all my personal history except by, I mean, maybe there's probably like a hate Eric Discord group where they share things that are bad about me that they can try to use as weapons against me. The problem that strategy has is obviously where do they get all the information from? I tell them that, right? There's no. It's like if you know a bad fact about my life, it's because you learned it or heard it from somebody else who learned it on a live stream or in a video. Because I just talk about what's going on, you know. But to people who want to weaponize things against me, they don't seem to get that like the defense that's implicit in being transparent, not being secretive. So when I do talk about shit that makes me look bad or whatever, I don't just throw it out there and forget all about it, right? I obviously am aware myself of how shit looks or what makes me seem like a loser, what makes me seem like cool or whatever. I'm to some extent aware of that. So most importantly, if it links to FE, as what that guy is doing is trying to do, he's trying to like FE shame me or whatever, and hurt my feelings, attack my FI, slash make me look bad, F stuff, right? The the thing about the FE end of it though is it's hard to FE shame somebody who has already not only mentioned that this thing that's embarrassing happened, but talked extensively about like what he needs to do narratively about it in order to sort of feel okay with it within himself. You know, it's like obviously before he gets here with that weapon in hand, I have every possible defense for anything you could do with that weapon already planned out. I mean, it's already figured out, not planned out, but I've already walked all those argument chains and I already know exactly what to say no matter what. Anybody, because I'm so public, I take that approach to anything that can be weaponized against me. If it's possible for somebody to use a not so pretty truth against me that I've insisted on revealing because I can't keep my fucking mouth shut, you know. Well, you can be sure that I've considered exactly how it's possible to be weaponized against me and and understand exactly where to go with it. In some instances, it's about simply saying, yeah, that was a mistake and it was a big mistake, but it was this kind of mistake, not that. And I'm human and, you know, I learn from my mistakes too. That still doesn't justify you directing so much unbridled hatred towards me. You know, it's really hard to make somebody to win an FE battle with somebody who's not defensive. So I'm not defensive in the sense that when he's telling me I'm a dirtbag, that I harassed this young woman, I'm not defensive because it's factually untrue on both counts. And what I am at that point is curious as to why this guy hates me so much that he cares nothing at all for facts. Like, did I actually harass Melissa Talks? No. We made a Typology video. Neither of us ever commented on any of her videos, sent her any emails, messaged her at all, did nothing that anybody can reasonably call harassment, right? He knows this But he persists in calling it that. Now, some people have posited that he just wants to provoke a response from me. Well, okay, but I'm still curious about how one comes to because he's certainly trying to provoke a response in as hateful a way as he can, right? So, given that, who the fuck is this guy? I have no idea. You know, it's like I remember him from back then when we talked about Melissa Talks. He was around a couple of times, I guess, in Oliver's stream over here. But I can't think of anything I possibly could have done to him to make him hate me this much. Normally, I can think of something.
Normally you can play something.
Yeah.
I don't know. He can't. It's weird. It's like he's trying to be like a white knight, but he's getting it wrong because it's like he's attacking you in the way that he feels you're attacking Melissa Talks. And
Except, yeah, right. And in reality, of course, the way I'm engaging Melissa Talks is not remotely like what he's doing. There's no similarity whatsoever. I don't doubt that he probably, on that note, probably thought to himself when I said at the very end of the video I made last night, so I'm asking you nicely, please leave me alone. He probably thought, well, now you know how she feels. I mean, the thing is, I don't care if you want to make a video about me. Go ahead. Then you're not jumping up and down in front of my face requiring my attention unless I ban you or time you out or something, right? The difference being what? One of them is a legitimate way to respond to somebody you have bad things to say about or whatever. A video that responds to what they say or what you claim they did. If you slander or defame it, say lie about me in making that video, then you put yourself potentially at risk for liability. But I'm not somebody who's likely to sue you, okay? The point is, it's appropriate to make a video response to another YouTuber, right? That's in no way, shape, or form, unless you use uncivil or abusive language or something, a honest response to somebody else's video within a given frame of reference is as legitimate an exercise of free expression as one can possibly imagine. The idea that you can be a published creator who's putting stuff out there for the public to consume, and that you nevertheless are entitled to not be critiqued, is insane and impossible. The best you could possibly do is say nobody may speak out loud their critiques or convey them to any other person. Then you're like Kim Jong-un, right? But whoever encounters this stuff is going to have their own opinion about it. You don't get to control what they perceive just because what you say in your video, right? People perceive things as different than what you say. I might say, I'm a proud black woman. I can't be entitled to control your perceptions regarding that. Whether or not you agree with me or not is not my property. I don't get to be in charge of that. So nobody's chatting at all. Can you test it? Why don't you test the chat? Can you test it for me?
Sure.
Thanks. I mean, granted, there aren't very many people here, but the thing is, videos people like. They also did like that typology video I made, though, about universal negators, universal affirmers, etc. That did well. There you go. Thank you, LI Last. You have successfully tested. You passed the testing test.
Thank you for doing that.
You have passed the testing test.
And that means I failed the testing test.
You failed the testing test.
I did.
Well, actually, you got an incomplete on it.
Okay.
You didn't fail. You got an incomplete slash withdrawal.
Oh, that's the story of my life.
Better than a failure, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely felt like a fail, so.
So, this topic is, of course, open to anybody in the chat who wishes to chime in. What kind of videos do you like? I don't necessarily mean my videos. What kind of my videos do you like? But I mean, like, what are your thoughts about what makes a good video or a video worth watching on YouTube? For me, well, I know I put on my watch later list earlier, I put a video about why Jeremy Lin is persona non grata in the NBA that I was curious to watch later.
That's interesting. I'm Lin Mania, I remember.
Linsanity.
Linsanity, yeah. That was big.
Right. He came out of the gates so hot. It's like his first stretch of games, he was just burying everything. And he was making all of his shots. He was just killing it. But the league kind of caught on to his tricks, and he cooled off concurrently, and then he never really performed like that again. Anyway, I'm curious to watch the video at some point, so I put watch later. And in that instance, what made me want to watch that video? I'm curious about the topic specifically, and it's very specific, not just basketball or something. It's the topic is Jeremy Lin. I'm interested in his story. I lived through it myself. Got SI linkages to it, and it's an interesting story because of the way that he was so good,
yeah,
and then not at all. So
he gave the Knicks hope for a little while.
Right. So that YouTube video is doing what I guess probably a smart YouTube video does. It's not requiring itself to be interesting at all to get you to click on it. The story, you already know it. It's already interesting implicitly. And yeah. As per my video about Last One Standing, that video got a lot of views, a lot of comments because the topic itself is inherently interesting. So you want to hear what this guy has to say about that topic. So that in general is probably a good way to get people to watch your video. It's also potentially a good way to make a good video, but it depends on how you evaluate what comprises a good video. So for me, I would say that the Naked and Afraid Last One Standing video that I made was not very good because I don't feel like I made my case well enough, and I was a little repetitive in a few spots. In other words, it seemed rough to me, right? But if you were to evaluate it in terms of outcome, that's a better video than a very tight and clean video like my soccer video, because people want to watch that. And I guess I thought I had a catchy title for the soccer video too. Soccer's Pitch Clock, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bold claims also do the job. I never really tried. I probably have put that title before or something like it, but that might get some views. We get a lot of hate for sure. People. That's one thing that people cannot stand. For a lot of people, it is the determinate consideration, regardless of the matter in question, which is you can't say anything self-aggrandizing. You can't indicate in any way, shape, or form that part of the reason why you're correct is because of anything you figured out. You can only cite other sources. This is a problem for me because, first of all, I don't remember exactly where I got various concepts from. I just don't operate like that. I don't listen to people, read things, etc., remembering who exactly said this useful idea. Unless occasionally one will really stand out, and I'll say like, "Oh, I got that idea from yeah." But by and large, I read and encounter too many ideas to recall exactly where I heard every one of them. So I don't cite things, I paraphrase, or I incorporate some idea I read over here in an unrelated matter into this thing. And as a consequence, I don't have a good answer for, well, where did you read that thing that you're telling me? The answer is almost always nowhere. But if people are asking about it anyway, if I'm saying things that I got from other places, well, I mean, at this point, whatever knowledge and understanding I have of cognitive functions that I derive from socionics slash BB. I even read that book, that horrible book, Gifts Differing. Oh my god. That book is GAF with a capital G, capital A, capital F. Well, I agree with you, Oni Rex Satori Morningstar, who says, as long as your point is clear, who cares where you got it from? As long as you can perform critical thinking with imagination. Well, I agree with you, but I've experienced some variation of the following, it seems like, my whole life. I went out of my way to find a video for my dad to watch when he was depressed to encourage him to take mushrooms, which has been clinically shown to be an excellent treatment for depression, especially in the elderly, especially in people who've never had mushrooms before, one large dose, etc. etc. Found a video to for him to watch that made some of the case for me, right? And I said, I think, Dad, this is a really good idea. I can make this happen, And he said, all right. Well, who can I talk to about this? I said, me. But he didn't want to talk to me about it. He wanted to talk to some kind of professional person. So, Rachel was smart. She said, how about Dr. Ingram, or a doctor? And he said, okay. But Dr. Ingram was not available for like 2 weeks plus. It was too long for him to have to wait. So anyway.
I wonder though if we had to. I had indicated to him that I was worried, Dr. Ingram, so he was aware of what was going on. He just didn't have the time.
Yeah, well, it's nobody's fault, and it was ending that way regardless. It was just. I'm just bringing up the point of how people don't want to listen to me and trust what I'm saying, or check to see if I'm saying what I'm saying makes sense. They don't want to hear my reasons as to why they should listen to me or whatever. They want it to come from somebody more middle of the road, I guess, or something. I'm not exactly sure why that happens, but it's happened to me a lot in life. Where I guess what happens is probably this. Somebody comes in with their arms crossed, folded, saying absolutely no way before I even begin talking. At the end of me talking, they're like, no, okay, I'm not as totally absolutely no way as before, but I'm gonna talk to somebody else. Because this is unusual. Doesn't sound like what normal people will say. Find a normal person who agrees with him. Well, you could choose. This is a message to all the world. You could choose, instead of finding a normal person to agree with me, be the smart person who notes ahead of the curve. Oh, he's super right about this. We should celebrate this correctness. For example, my soccer rule, my proposed soccer rule. That should be go viral all around the world. The world loves soccer so much. My video about the stoppage box and how to solve soccer's time wasting problem should be currently going from computer to computer all across Europe, South America, everything, because I've never heard anybody say this before. And it is a huge problem, the status quo in soccer. You don't have to be super ahead of the curve to get this, right? If you like soccer at all and you know about soccer, and most of the world does, maybe not in America, but um, then they should be watching that video because I can save every soccer viewer like 6 pints of unhappiness.
That should be like suggested to people too. It's a video that definitely should be suggested.
And the thing is, it doesn't matter if somebody else has been saying it before. If somebody else has been saying it before, then my point is, why didn't that go viral for them then? Because this idea needs to be implemented. I don't care if it's credited to me or not at all, right? What I should have done in that video is said, a man from Portugal just sent me, his name's Raul Santiago, and he just sent me this great idea I want to share with you. Right? And then I read it out loud like I did. But instead of saying, this is what I think you should do, I'm saying, like, this guy sent this to me, and it is the best idea I've heard in a long time. Raul Rodrigo, you are a genius, sir. Then everyone would be fine. It'd be like, oh, wow, what a great video. That guy is so smart. As long as it's not me, right? My take on the rule is this. We need to add a rule called stoppage box. If and when a player is hurt enough that they go down to the ground and stay down long enough that the ref has to blow the whistle, then they need to leave the field of play for 2 minutes before they can return to play. This makes sense because if they're really hurt that badly that they have to roll around on the ground so long that the ref blows the whistle, then they're too hurt too badly to get right back on the field, which happens all the time. This time wasting bullshit.
Hey, Mr. Bobby, and thank you.
Mr. Bobby told us you're both correct. It's actually Raul Santiago Rodrigo. So, so my they should have to like in American football, right? If you go down to the ground and you need a medical person to come out or whatever, then you have to leave the field of play for at least one play. You can't stay in the game for the very next play. In soccer, people will roll around on the ground as though they've just been stabbed by 1,000 knives. And then as soon as the ref comes over and they go through all the medical thing, they get up and restart play, they're just still right there. Now they're just playing full speed again, just perfectly fine, right? Bullshit. They still have to go to stoppage box for 2 minutes and that team play a man down. Now I've stipulated a couple of different things that are important. If you go down to the ground on a foul, then if you have 10 seconds to get back up. If you don't get back up within 10 seconds, the fouled person goes to the stoppage box. If you do get up back up within 10 seconds and take your free kick, no problem. You don't have just 10 seconds to get the free kick, so you have to be standing and ready to play within 10 seconds, or you get stoppage box. It doesn't count if it's a head injury whistle because those are different. That doesn't apply in head injury cases. Now, additionally, you can have more than 10 seconds on the ground, and it's fine if the foul warranted and was issued a yellow or red card. So, because otherwise you'd be incentivizing teams to injure people. So, in cases of yellow cards or red cards, there's never going to be imposed a stoppage box penalty. And then lastly, if the goalkeeper incurs a stoppage box penalty, then the coach can replace the goalkeeper with a different player on the field to serve the stoppage box time, so that so that no team's ever playing a man down, and that man down be the goalkeeper.
They are good ideas.
They are good ideas. It's called football. Okay, we'll call it football then. That's fine.
Football.
Football. The thing is, a person can roll around on the ground as long as they want and incur no penalty until and unless the whistle blows. If the ref stops play because Julie's pretending to be hurt so long that now, okay, I guess we stop play and the medical staff comes out. In that case, then she incurs the penalty. If she's just rolling down and not being, no, I didn't. I don't think
We
I
should see that.
I want to see it, but I don't think I've seen it. So in other words, if you're just rolling on the ground and not being of help to your team, but no stoppage of play is called, there's no penalty. It's just when you roll around so long that the ref has to blow the whistle, which is remarkably common in contemporary World Cup soccer. I think there may be additional timing kind of rules regarding how long you have to do a throw in, how long you have to take a free kick, how long you have, if you're the goalkeeper, to take a goal kick, how long you have to kick the corner kick from when they put the ball down, or when they blow the whistle, I guess, etc. But we're going to leave all those rules alone for right now. We're going to deal with all those problems later. I'm saying is the biggest problem is resolved by this stoppage box. Because in the status quo, the solution soccer has is two of them. A yellow card for time wasting, which is issued 1/100th of the instances of time wasting that occur, okay? And then adding stoppage time to the end of regulation, which they never add as much stoppage time, even when they add a big number like 11. It's not that, that does not represent how much stoppage time there actually was. When they have a lot of roll-arounds, when you've got people who are subbing in and out, and you've got like an underdog ahead, and they're trying to just milk clock, it takes them forever to the player to walk off the field. The other player can't go on the field until the other player gets off all the way, and then the person's in, and they walk on slowly-ish, and it's horrible. They like that shit. But why is it that soccer doesn't have commercials during it? Because it's not supposed to stop. As it is, TV should figure out a way to put in rolling around commercials. They should be able to.
They should though. It happens so much.
This is a good use for AI. AI should project based on the circumstances in the moment and the quality of the rolling around how long a player's rolling around will last for.
These are tarot cards. Onyx, Satori, Morningstar.
Look, I like the idea of making little comedy things, but I don't like the idea of making them about type. And then the INTJ said, I like computer programming. No. That's not my gig, okay? That's not my gig. That's not my gag. That's not my goog, and that's not my goog.
So I pulled cards for you.
Wait for me?
Mm-hmm.
I see 3 dogs.
You do? Well, actually,
4
there's
dogs.
4.
5
Yeah.
dogs. Oh, wait. What's that?
I don't know what that is at all. It's trippy.
So what cards are they?
Okay, so the first card you got is 0, the Fool.
I am he. He is I.
The second card you got is either, I think it's the 3 of Swords.
Heartbreak. Well, I have been expressing that I feel disappointed, distressed, or whatever to have encountered such a stark example of unswayable hostility towards me for no reason at all.
Yeah.
The thing is, it, I feel differently about these sort of things when I can understand like what they're being super defensive about or whatever, or where they're feeling especially threatened or whatever it is. What I said to trigger them, yeah. I have no idea with this guy.
I know. Neither do I.
No idea.
So
So
the last card you got is number 7, the Chariot.
yeah, well, keep on. I'm in charge of the vehicle I'm driving, and I'm driving well. That's the truth, you know.
It is.
I know what I'm doing discursively. I know what I'm doing with this YouTube channel to the extent that I'm not going to make big mistakes. Hero Lamb says, you know how to appeal to more people. I'm not asking you how can I appeal to more people. I'm saying, what do you think makes a good video? It doesn't. I'm not. It's not because I want to improve the videos I'm making. I think it's an interesting topic.
Do you wait? Do you want to know what the 13th card in this stack here right now is? I can definitely do that. I've never done that before.
Sure, do that.
Okay.
Just type celebrities.
1,
I mean,
2, 3, 4.
it's as irresponsible for me to type celebrities as it is for psychiatrists to diagnose celebrities with pathologies without ever having seen them or worked with them at all.
This is a pretty card. We got the Queen of Pentacles. Forget what.
It's the Queen of Pentacles for you.
Look at that pretty dog.
Pretty dog, pretty monies, and more in suit. I have no problem doing type police. Everybody keeps thinking I'm worried about this. This is why I'm not doing type police currently. It has nothing to do with it, really, at all. I just, I can't, I feel like if I'm going to do it, I shouldn't half-ass it, which means getting out some sort of police-looking shit to put on or whatever, if we can find any, or buying some maybe. It means then recording like it's a bit of a chunk of work, right? We've got to watch different things ahead of time, cut chunks out of those things, knowing basically what we're going to say about those chunks. Um, if I want to do it well, I can half-ass it. In other words, we can do an unedited version where we skip around, watch a little bit, say something about it, but because of things like, well, do I want to do it right or do I want to half-ass it? And do I really feel like doing any kind of like work like that right now? Because I do have to be careful. We both have to be careful when we're doing it. Um, we want simply, for no other reason than we need to be able to proactively. I mean, we need to know it before the video goes up exactly what sort of, if we've opened ourselves up to any kinds of critiques that are legitimate, because it is subject to a lot of critique. Um, I'm not worried about that part, but it means it requires a lot more attention and care in doing it. And but in other words, long and short of it is I'm lazy.
Hey, Keisha. Oh, I love you so much. You're such an anytime. I love it.
Thanks, darling. See, but then that's just more work too. I gotta put in that other shit later, right? Yeah. When do I ever have time to go back? Everybody's always saying, stream now. And nobody's ever saying, edit a video now. Maybe Rachel can tarry you while I'm smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, sure, I could tarry you guys. Oni Rex, would you like a pull?
Hey Rachel, did you say what my third card was?
Yes, the chariot.
Oh, chariot. Right.
Yep. It's true that I'm in love with you. There's nothing I can do, but maybe you're through. I gotta practice that song. Okay, Oni Rex. Get 3 cards. Ooh, popping out. Okay, your first card is the 5 of Pentacles. You're kind of feeling left out in the cold. Maybe financially. You realize, damn, like, I don't have exactly what I want for this particular material item. Or, 3D item. As in, like, if you have to, like, fix your house or your apartment. It's like, oh man, I'm coming up short somehow. But that card always represents, like, a church and, like, kind of going back to God. Hey, fellow hello, fellow ENTP. Whoa. Okay, so next card for Oni Rex just fell out too. The Knight of Swords. You got a new idea. You're gonna put it into. Well, you got a new idea and you're rushing towards it. It's the fastest of all the knights. So you just got some insight and you're gonna take care of shit like really quickly. And your last card for Oni Rex. There's so many falling out. The cards are like talking. They really like want to talk to me about you. Okay. Alright, so you got the 9 of Swords. That's your last card. That's sleepless nights and anxiety. I'd say, focus on being that knight. Stick with your ideas and just like fucking go. Without hesitation. And like, there's 2 cats in this. And the Nine of Swords is like, it's all mental. So sometimes you'll have those sleepless nights and those bad dreams. But it's not a permanent thing. It's not the last card, right? So, and it's swords, so it's really like in your head. So maybe some meditation or subliminals, stuff like that, like positive subliminals, could help. Oh, thanks, Oni Rex, Satori, Morningstar. Things will get better. They always do. They'll change. Alright, so who would like their cards next? Thank you for the hearts. How about LII last? Would you like some cards? Ooh, this one jumped out. LII last. Ooh, whoa. 2 cards fell out for you. LII last.
The 2-card special.
It is a 2-card special. You got the Page of Swords. You're like in your you're feeling like you're in your teens and you got some ideas, you're using your thinking cap. Ooh, next is the 10 of Cups. You're feeling emotionally fulfilled.
Sounds like puberty.
And then the last one is the Queen of Swords. So you're feeling gossipy, witty, like you're on top of your thoughts. And she's like, look at this dog, like super excited to share. Like, hey, I got this idea, like I really want to talk about it. Ooh, Eric's got the base. Yeah, sure, you can join the Acacia's next for the cards.
I know why it's not coming up. Last time it's popped out. Hey, who's following my emojis exactly the amount I press? I love it. You press the same amount of emojis as Jeremiah Fix? Gregory in Disguise on the base? I don't know. How would I play that?
Acacia, you got the 4 of Rods for your first card. And that usually represents harmony. Like, look at that dog. He's like, yes, yes, today's the day. And the other dog is laying behind him like, yeah, that feels right.
Keep in mind, Rachel, when I'm playing the bass, I was hoping you would continue talking over.
Oh, sure. Okay, sure. I'm glad you said that. Thank you. Next card you have is the Queen of Cups. You're like, emotionally, I feel like I'm on top. Like, I feel my emotions. They're there, but I let them flow through me. And that dog is very serene right now, even though there's like a crab right there and a starfish. There's also a turtle in the air. But she's just laying there like, yeah, this is the ish, this is the stuff. And your last card is 5, 6 of Pentacles. This is like the ask and you shall receive card. And since you're asking for pentacles, it could be something material. And like the heart and the 2 hearts actually, there's one big one and one little one on the scale, is like representing the balance that needs to take place in order for those 6 pentacles to make a deal. makes sense a lot. Occasionally you'd have the Six of Pentacles. You're like giving out a deal. Your dog sitting, cat sitting, and you're gonna possibly get some money in return.
Dog sitting, cat sitting, get some money in return.
Fellow ENTP. Okay. Fellow ENTP, you got 5, the Hierophant.
The Hierophant.
It's interesting. This dog here has a fox facing him, but that main dog doesn't seem to even notice him. They're like looking past each other. You got this whole bunch of dogs up in the sky running towards something. It's like, yeah, we're gonna follow this dog.
We're gonna follow this dog. We're gonna follow him home.
Next the card you get is the 8 of Rods. This usually means speed. You got your creative things, or 8 of Pentacles. Yeah.
That dog looks like a spaz. Looks like he's spazzing around.
Yeah, it's like I'm working for a living and a working.
And look, those pentacles are drones.
Yeah, they're drones.
Is it a conspiracy by the government? Drones.
Lastly, you also get the Queen of Swords. You're feeling like you're on top of your words. You think and you think and you don't have a problem with it. All your thoughts are very sound.
Your thoughts are sound, and that's why we keep you around. Oh yeah. Who else wants some cards? Is there anybody else here who could get some cards? How about Rachel? Does she have cards?
I haven't had cards yet. It definitely is my turn.
Pick card number 1 from the deck. Everybody at home can go ahead and guess.
Oh, Mr. Bobby wants one too. Okay, after this. Okay, card number 1 for me. 5, 6 of Rods. It's victory. It's like, hey, I'm this German Shepherd, and I got this laurel wreath in my paw. Things feel good. And the other dogs are noticing. They're like, wow, you have such a glow. Next card is 3, the Empress. I'm just this pug hanging out with my puggies. They're little puppies of pugs.
She's hanging out with pugs. She's pugging around. If you got a hole, better I'll put a pug in the ground. It's victory. It's the Empress. And I think we surely know why.
Oh yeah. The last card is the 4 of Pentacles. No, it's pretty true. I am kind of possessive of the things I care a lot about. Sometimes it's my stuff.
keep a one thing in her mouth and another thing neath the paw, and a third thing neath the second paw, like she was playing Twister, y'all. But then she has no other paw.
I don't have another paw.
You just have to rely on the goodness of your fellow man not to steal your fourth pentacle.
Yeah. I think of it as you.
This is just making it up on the fly.
Mr. Bobby, you're next. You're not. That wasn't your reading, Mr. Bobby. Don't worry about the satanic. That's just all the pentacles for some reason when they draw them in the tarot card or like that. I mean, you could literally get the devil card too.
You know, Jesus actually got the tower card on the day he was crucified.
Oh my god! He probably did. What do you think? Or and then maybe the next card he got was the Hangman.
Yeah.
And then Judgment. And then maybe Meow. Meow. Hey Dulles and Moonfay 11. Okay, Mr. Bobby, Mr. Bobby, Mr. Bobby. I don't usually read reversals. I'm not a big fan of them. I think tarot is pretty difficult to understand in the first place, but I'm making an exception. Two of them came up.
An exception.
Yeah, from Mr.
What
Bobby.
you gonna say?
So you got the Three of Swords, which is heartbreak, but it's upside down. You are not feeling the heartache. Your heart is feeling good. And you can tell because the blood is flowing in the right way. You have nothing to be heartbroken about. You're just doing your dog thing. The next one
I
is
forgot how to do the thing. Sorry, go ahead.
the next one is Five of Rods in reverse. So Five of Rods in the upright mean conflict. So right now you can do without it. You're dealing with just you, not the other four. You have no problem. You're chilling like a villain. And the last card is the Three of Cups. You're enjoying yourself. You're having fun. You like the people in the stream. You're the dog in the front, and there's other dogs that are following behind you. You're in a good mood. We are Junkins, you're the duck. This next one's for Moonfay and then Dulles.
Then one for Dulles.
work in, put some outcomes into stuff. Maybe you're thinking about shopping, like food shopping and hanging out with friends and putting money into friend stuff. It usually means family, but your family could be your friends too. Next, you get the Queen of Cups. Emotionally stable, you know your stuff. You're feeling, yeah, like I'm feeling stuff for sure. But again, like I said before, you're letting it flow through you, noticing it and letting it pass. And last is Two of Pentacles. So you're juggling your money a little bit. But you're wise like that dog looks. And you're like, I'm gonna invest my money here and save it here. Because you got the Ten of Pentacles, so you want to like spread it around the happiness, the stuff with your friends. But you gotta balance it out. That's how you'll be happy. Okay. Next one is for dollars. Ah!
You know, I never really played the bass much
Doing
before.
great.
I've obviously messed around on them on occasions, but I have owned a bass before, but even when I owned that bass, I only ever played it to make a bass line for recordings. And even then, I didn't always use it because it didn't sound very good and I didn't play it very well. But this bass is so easy to play compared to anything I've touched before. It's crazy. And it's like, okay, because I already picked with my fingers already, I never use a pick anyway, so that suits bass well.
It does. What is the Barnum effect, Tom Wright? Okay, dollars. Dollars. We are all INFJs, dollars. Ooh. The cards are really popping for you too, but I'm trying not to take the ones that pop out. Okay, dollars. Ooh, first we've got number 7, the Chariot. You've got your Huskies, and let's just pretend that this is like, you know, one of those Eskimo things. The like trail when like it's your chariot, okay? And it's being pulled by these Huskies, and they're going at a safe, steady pace, especially since this is a major arcana. Like you really know you're on the move in a really safe way, really safe, sound way. The next one, the second one, is the Four of Swords. And look at that doggy. He is tired. He's looking forward to a nap. So maybe your brain can use a rest. Since it's swords, you don't need to ideate anymore. Your brain can rest. And then the last one is the Ace of Cups. It's a brand new start when it comes to love and feelings. You feel renewed, you feel fresh. You feel like your heart is open. Meow.
Well, that's all there is for today regarding the bass. I will add the following piece of information though. I'm when I'm still working on trying to get it to sound like I want it to sound in the recording. I don't think I've quite found exactly the tone I want from the head. It's got a lot of knobs and shit on it. Plus, I got to factor in the tone knob on the bass as well.
I think you sound pretty good.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
My inclination is to turn the tone knob on the bass all the way up and then use the knobs on the head to make it a little less bright. But I haven't tried a lot of different possibilities. Does it feel different in your body to play bass rather than guitar? Yeah. Yes. Well, this bass is incredibly, not only is it incredibly easy to play, we've got low action. It's got double wound strings, so it's easy to move them down the strings without your fingers being super calloused. Mine are already pretty calloused from guitar, obviously. But it additionally is very lightweight. So when I have it around my shoulders, it's like an acoustic guitar kind of light, maybe lighter than that even, I guess. I expected it when I picked it up and put it on for the first time, which wasn't in the store actually, which was because Corey tried all the basses for me, and I was in a hurry to get out. It was blazing fucking hot, and then we were trying to close, you know. So I was trying to put it on. I was like, oh my god, this is so light. There's only a couple of things not to like about it. One, I don't like the shape of the head, which is kind of like this dumb heavy metal shape, you know. It doesn't need to be like tough looking or whatever. And I don't like that dumb thing under the strings, you know. It looks like a Joker or something. But as far as how it feels incredibly comfortable to play. Like, just, but see, that's not the fact that it's a bass. It's the fact that it's that bass and it's super comfortable to play. It's well played, but it doesn't need a fret job. So it's like right in that sweet spot, right? Um, I need to get my body used to the different feel of playing bass than guitar. My natural any approach to making music is not conducive to anything really, because in every instrument you need to figure out exactly what you're going to play, master playing it precisely right in this specific way, and then get a perfect recording of it. I have trouble not trying variations out all the time, you know. And with bass, that's especially a big no-no. You definitely need to play the bass line when you're playing the bass and stick with it. It's like drums, right? I have the same problem with drums. I can play a beat for like a measure or so, and then I don't play exactly the same way because I try some little variation or something. It's it just goes with the territory, right? It's like there are advantages to being in any dom, and there are disadvantages, and that's one of the disadvantages for me is that I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not really a very good musician in the sense that a good musician can lock into a groove and be metronomically on point with it over time without variation, you know. Um, when I record stuff, I have to go in and hand edit note lengths because I don't get it quite right, you know. Yeah, you got to have excellent rhythm to play bass. My rhythms is not that good. Well, the thing is, like that bass line, there's a bass line I was trying to play there for a bit that it's supposed to sound like this if played correctly, which is not going to be. Uh, I mean, this isn't a very good recording of it, but let me find it for you. So there's this bass line, which is the bass line to Helen Gurley, okay? All right, so the bass line goes like this. Shit goes bad and they blame me. It's a habit that you believe. But I spend my best at your Irene. I can't create what I can't be. I can't obviate what I can't be. My ship it's supposed to go like that, okay? The thing is, you can play slight variations on it, like bub 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 ba da bub bub ba da bub ba da bub bub ba da. It's a slight variation, right? It's difficult for me to lock into exactly what it's supposed to be like. I have to listen to it a bunch of times, know for sure that's what it's supposed to be like, and then play it that way every single time. That's hard for me because I'm an E-dom. That's my bass line from the song I made up. I made up the bass line is from Helen Gurley. Like that's an old song. That's just me playing the guitar, playing the bass line on the guitar, right? But I like the bass line. Here's the link to it if you want to check it out. I like the bass line, and I want to use it for a real song, not just like a rapping thing, you know. Bup 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 ba da bup ba da 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 bup ba da ba da ba da ba da da bup bup. That's how it goes. So anyway, I have like other bits of from a long time ago that yeah, the thing that makes it interesting is the fact that it goes bup 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 ba da bup ba da da. So it's like you expect the normally the thing would go on the one or the three, not on the four. And when I so like when I remember I like this bass line, but I have to go back and listen to it and try to figure it out again because it's weird. I can't otherwise I can't remember it properly. This is one of the interesting things, kind of contradictions about your like the bits of stuff of yours that are the best is that when you listen to them, they sound like something you've heard before and also something original at the same time, and that something you heard before plus originality thing makes it sometimes hard to remember how to do it exactly or exactly how it goes until you hear it again, and then you might get it stuck in your head for a while, right? You like this band called Tool?
Uh,
Yes, sir.
Kawa would like to know if she says Chloe would like to start working with Mr. Strauss. Could you ask him if tomorrow evening 8:30 is okay? Thank you.
Oh, that's fine. I'll put it on the calendar. But you know, I happen to be honest, listened to a lot of Tool, but I don't believe I have listened to some of it. At I believe it was Gen Xio's prompting or something. And what I heard of it, what I have heard of it, was definitely at least very bad. Somewhere from very bad to the worst thing ever. But closer to very bad than the worst thing ever.
She says she's going to use FaceTime audio because they're in Beijing right now.
Okay, well, she can call on your phone. Call you.
Okay,
Call
yeah.
your phone then. Yeah. So I also wrote some lyrics today. I haven't made any song out of them yet, but I like these lyrics because and the reason I wrote this was somebody asked me the other day if I had written any love songs for / about Rachel, and I haven't, but it made me want to maybe I guess made that idea stew around a bit. And so these are some lyrics I wrote for a potential love song about Rachel. I'd like to make a new song for my love. The truth would be more than enough. I'd tell her she's pretty and that kind of stuff, but it turns out that love songs are tough. I could sing of her wisdom or beauty or grace, or highlight the various parts of her face, the insight that gives her impeccable taste, but how can I catch what I can't even chase? I can't write no words to describe me and you. The melody'd have to be mind blowing too. It can't just be saying you're pretty and stuff. Yeah, it turns out that love songs are rough. What do you think? I think those are pretty good lyrics.
Yeah, it is. I like it better in the song. It kind of sounds like a F. Scott Fitzgerald thing.
Okay. Yeah. I, at no point in my tiny fraction of actual attention I gave to that thing that lasted for a second, did it cross my mind that I didn't think about you at all, actually. I assumed you were, I guess I at least half thought you were joking when you said that, because I probably talked shit about Tool before. Um, Thanks, Moonface. Thanks a lot, Acacia. I appreciate it. I thought it was pretty clever.
It really is.
And it's like it's like, what's going on?
I don't know.
Who is Jared K. Jesperson?
I don't know. This is freaking weird.
Jared K. Jesperson. Airplay passcode. What the hell?
It's not showing up on your laptop, only the TV. There you are. What the heck was that? That was so odd.
Jared K. Jesperson's what?
Airplay.
I gotta go look outside to see if there's like a car in front of our house or something. Gotta as good as those lyrics. That's gonna be tricky because I think those lyrics are pretty clever. I mean, not that clever makes good lyrics, right? But it does a nice job of combining clever with authentic love song, so that it is says what I want to say without being too Hallmark cardy, You don't want your song lyrics to be too Hallmark cardy, like baby, when I saw you, I knew you were the one. It was just like the dawning of the sun. That's like too Hallmark cardy, right? I gotta get a light because idiotically, as usual, I've come outside unprepared. This time I'm gonna go get a light from over here instead, though. Okay, we're in the garage now. If you were wondering where we are. Where are we, Eric? I can't tell. I just see whiteness behind you. Are you in heaven? Relax, I'm not in heaven. I understand why you might think that. I get that you're panicking, but if it's too much alarm for you, consider pulling over to the side of the road. Don't risk crashing your vehicle. See? I was telling the truth. I'm not in heaven. I tell you who looks like she is in heaven. Hi, Capillo. What a beauty poo you are. Your beauty's constantly re-astonishing me again for the first time forever without stopping ceaselessly, without stopping forever. Where's my beauty poo? There she is. Let me see if it works better with the other camera. Because I learned at my own wedding that you can actually turn the camera around midstream. Here we are, face to face, just a couple of silver spoons. We're two of a kind. We live here and find that we are friends, even though trouble is mean to Capillo so much. They're still friends, he's mean, but she don't care a bunch. He's just jealous and thinks she'll steal us from him. Two wonderful cats together, Trouble and Capillo. Yes, look at those wonderful cats. What are they doing? Asks everybody. They're being wonderful.
Aww.
That's what they're doing. They're being very, very wonderful. Oh, yes. Roll around in the sticker so Daddy has to pull it out of your fur later.
Yes.
This scene makes me want to sing that song. Our house is a very, very, very nice house with two cats in the yard. Life used to be so hard. Now everything is easy 'cause of you. Now, in the song, it's not entirely clear, but I believe the you he's talking about is not the cat's. I believe it's his significant other, whose name was Connie, short for Connie Elias. In ancient Greek, meaning she who wields thunder.
Really?
No, no, Rachel, not really.
Connie Elias.
Meaning she who wields thunder. You know why I fool you? Because normally people don't make up stuff that smoothly with that much like straight aheadedness.
Yeah,
You know, if they're trying to make up some random nonsense, it's not going to come out so much like pre-written. You know.
Yeah, no. You're good at that.
Yeah, well, that's what any DOMs are for. Making up nonsense.
It's not nonsense.
Well, in that case, it is nonsense, but the thing is, things designed to be funny are a good kind of nonsense if they work and they're funny. But also, other things I talk about definitely make plenty of sense. So it depends what subject I'm talking about or how I'm chatting with people. If I'm making a lot of jokes, well, jokes often have nonsense as one of their ingredients. Because not making sense is hilarious. Unless you're Michael Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Then not making sense is troubling. Somebody in one of the comments indicated looked like either quote BPD or some cluster B thing or whatever he said. BPD though doesn't make any sense because BPD people aren't that hostile and aggressive to strangers over nothing, you know.
Yeah.
The other what the other cluster B things are, I don't know, but I try to avoid pathologizing even when somebody's behaving so badly. But I mean, it's hard not to pathologize the way that he seemed to hear nothing I said, and that everything he said was both as designed to be as like personally hurtful as possible slash to cause negative emotions in me and stuff like that, right? But I couldn't get from him any reason that made any sense as to why he wanted to direct this much, you know, venom towards me. The only thing that made any sense at all was you need to be taken down a few notches. Okay, well, I get that. This is you saying, I find you condescending slash smug and want you humbled, right? I get that, but I mean, certainly that's not a good way to go about doing that. It's not an acceptable way to go about doing that. It's not a successful way of going about doing that either with me, but that's kind of irrelevant to the question. I just, it would seem to me that wanting to see me humbled or taken down a notch or whatever would be insufficient motivation to explain that. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. What am I, a motivational expert? No.
You're my motivational expert.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
Yeah, things are better now. I used to be, instead of motivated, I used to be notivated. I just like, fuck your world, I'm watching anime. Now it's like, just I'm withholding judgment, world. I'm watching anime.
Mhm.
But I will acknowledge, admit, concede, whatever, that I stopped an anime I overall like halfway through to start this live stream because I was not adequately captivated by it. We finished eating, and I have extra energy, as they say, in the energy business. So Oliver Linehand's comment, which I didn't read out loud or talk about at all, was interesting. But the reason I didn't read it or talk about it, I guess, is that it didn't seem to provide me any information. His response to it was like he's just being a child throwing a tantrum. Doesn't mean anything. But I mean, like going to somebody's channel or live stream and just personally attacking them as much as possible and then threatening them with calling the IRS on them, right? Like, what's he throwing a tantrum about exactly? He's not still throwing a tantrum about Melissa Talks, I don't think. Although he did mention her at one point. We referred to her when he said that I harassed a young woman, which of course is absolutely untrue. That totally counterfactual. And but other than that, who knows what he was even throwing a tantrum about, you know? So it's like that. If I wanted to find Oliver Linehand's comment useful, I need to have some information about what he's throwing a tantrum about. Let's see here. What this is. If it had been if it had been a one-off, maybe, but this is a pattern of him hating. Yeah, he's not hating on me. He hates me and is verbally attacking as best he can. You know, he's not just hating on me like, no, Eric's just not that good or whatever. He's like, I want to make you suffer. Haters are a little bit different, but I get your point. Yeah, he directed a lot of anger towards me, and over the original occasion, he was around a few times, I guess, and um, then a long time passed, and then now, yesterday or whenever that was. Maybe that's how he blows off steam. Gets all mad at work, and then comes home and FI attacks random YouTubers. I don't know. No, I don't. Why was I going to put this over here? I was going to put this next to you for a second. I don't know why.
Hi, streamers.
That's what we should have had at the wedding, Rachel.
What?
Streamers.
Streamers. We should have had that at the wedding.
We'd had streamers and a piñata. It would have really looked like we didn't know if it was a wedding or a birthday party.
Yeah.
We could have also had some like New Year's Eve decorations.
Why not? Yeah.
Next wedding, okay?
Okay, next wedding.
Next wedding, we're going to have a mixed holiday wedding.
Ooh.
When we renew our vows.
So I can dress up as like Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas celebrating Halloween. And
I'm talking about house decorations here. Right?
Only house
Let's not even
decorations?
get into our costumes
Oh, okay.
yet, okay? I'm saying I want every holiday's decorations represented. I
Okay,
want
cool.
one section where people might hang out to be Valentine's Day, one section to be Easter, one section Christmas, one section Halloween, one section 4th of July, one section New Year's Eve. And I think those are all the big ones. Did I
Yeah.
miss any?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are all the big ones. So we just do those holidays. Um, we don't want to do. If we did President's Day, we wouldn't want to decorate in the fashion that they did in Holiday Inn.
Yeah, no.
We wouldn't want to put on a minstrel show in blackface, probably.
Oh my gosh.
Uh,
Like, how did they do that? Oh my
the
gosh.
crazy thing is when they made the Holiday Inn, they did that scene. Like all the white people in the audience in the movie are all like, "Yeah, wonderful,"
Yeah.
and I'm sure that's how the people in the movie theater were too. Isn't that wonderful? They're including black people in this. If you've never seen the President's Birthday scene in Holiday Inn, you got to check it out.
You
You
do.
cannot rent the movie though; you have to buy it. We bought it just to watch that, so I could show Rachel that scene.
It was worth it.
Pretty crazy scene, huh?
Yeah, it is.
The blonde girl in the movie comes out with these like dreadlock,
Yeah.
like buckwheat kind of a thing
Yeah.
going on.
Yeah, like a buckwheat hairstyle. I think that's what made I was like, oh my gosh.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you know, back in the day, I guess racism was a lot more popular than it is now.
Mhm.
And probably a lot of people never even thought about it at all. It was just normal. Like, well, of course, you know, a fully staffed, you know, a fully realized holiday show or any kind of variety show needs to have a minstrel part done in blackface just to add the variety to it, you know?
Yeah, because otherwise, what are these people paying for?
All right, we got your regular song and dance number. Maybe we got something Latin flavored, like a salsa number, you know? There's the dog walkers. The dog walking guy. Old fella walking his dog by driving. He's very old, so I don't think he walks that well. He doesn't wave either.
I think he's walking the dog right now.
Yeah, there's the dog.
Oh, you see it?
Yeah, it's still in past the driveway. It's back over there, whereas
Ah.
he's gotten quite a bit of distance ahead of it. Normally he stays right with him, but there it is.
Oh,
See?
there he is.
Yeah, so I forget what I was talking about. Something very important.
Holiday Inn.
Holiday Inn, right? It would be funny to renew our vows like 3 months after we got married. Send out more invitations.
Oh my god, that would be so funny. We're gonna renew our vows, and it's holiday themed.
Right.
Should we let people know that it's holiday themed, or?
We can say it's Lincoln's birthday theme, so everybody please come in blackface.
Oh my god!
To celebrate the Emancipation Proclamation.
Is that Juneteenth?
Well, instead of celebrating Juneteenth, we're giving all the credit to President Lincoln.
Okay, I'd go for that.
Just like they did in Holiday Inn when that black nanny actress had two little black children, one under each hand, and was kneeling down and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lincoln, for setting us free." Which is hilarious and crazy. Like, oh, great Father White Man, you so wise and kind towards us. Wow, it's kind of shocking to encounter those things and realize, like, that's like, I guess you'd say that's what you call structural racism when you've got Hollywood and a few media outlets, no democratization of media access, and a homogenous group in charge of the media who views a minority group as fundamentally inferior and continues to reinforce those narratives because they have control of all the media. And then, unsurprisingly, um, normalizes those narratives accordingly. And then actual black people go into the world and deal with these white people who assume that they are like, wow, Mrs. Thomas, ma'am, do you have any sugar this week? Expecting that from them. Wow, what a weird world that must have been.
Mm-hmm.
I encountered one such older black gentleman working in the hotel when I guess it was Birmingham. And I went up to him in the morning. He was dressed in like hotel livery, and I said, "Is this coffee complimentary?" And he said, "Why, yes, sir. Help yourself." And I said, "Okay, thank you."
Good response.
And as I was drinking my coffee, I thought to myself, "Wow, what an old timey Negro." You know, like I didn't think such people existed anymore.
I guess you do.
I'm like, you know what? You don't sound anything like Dr. Dre. That's what she said to him. Yeah, I didn't say that, but
I wonder how he gets that.
some really, some really isolated white person from like the middle of nowhere in Indiana goes to Birmingham, gets all the way to the hotel without seeing a single black person because they're all kept off to the sides and stuff. Gets to the hotel, encounters a single black employee who tells him to help himself to some coffee, and he goes, "You don't even sound at all like Dr. Dre." And the thing to remember, of course, is the proper solution to racism is not to find it a big threat and get all your panties in a bunch over it. It's to find it the ridiculous kind of idiocy that it is, right? To laugh at it, not to empower it with like getting all cancel culture-y. I love that level of hospitality, but you just had a server at dinner that was the freaking man. Haters are cute though, so adorbs. Please let me know if he ever responds. Who? Me? What's being said? Fixating was the word I used, not fisting. I've been a one-off here. ADF, whatever says, "Come alive." I'm here. I'm reading the comments. Primordial pouch. My primordial pouch is where my testicles live.
Mm.
Inside my primordial pouch is a primordial soup. Floating in that primordial soup are my two testicles. Yes, you said, you didn't say fisting, you said fixating. That'd be an interesting ad to put in the newspaper. Fisting assistant needed. I need a fisting assistant. Well, what exactly am I going to assist you with? Well, you're going to put your fist in my butt. I mean, don't you really just need, you should put an ad that said fister needed then. Fisting assistant is misleading. I was assuming I'm just going to have to assist in some way. Okay, well, what if I amend your title to fisting assistant, fister in training? You're not getting it. I don't want to stick my fist up your butt. Well, you shouldn't have called for this job then. You shouldn't have called it fisting assistant. And that's the story of how two people didn't come together and reach a deal because one of them had posted a job title with a misleading name. No, that's not right. When you read my comment, you said hating rather than the actual word I used, which was fixating. Oh, well, let's compromise then on fisting. How about that? Let's agree to disagree and compromise on fisting.
Mm.
So it'll turn out that in reality, you said neither hating nor fixating, but instead it said fisting. And so that, given that new reality, I have to say, Lou, that's not a helpful comment. Whatever the solution is, it doesn't involve fisting. I mean, that could explain why he was so hostile. Maybe he had expected a thorough fisting that evening, but his fister backed out last second. He was taking out his frustration on me. He was trying to fist me. Displacement, projection, and what's known as secondary fisting. Just as I have been accused of secondary copyright violation, so too was I victimized by secondary fisting. I'm a victim, everybody. Fancy name for the soft, craggy, saggy flap of skin under a cat's belly. Primordial pouch. Oh, we're trying to bait you, right? You mean pet magnet? It's also, the primordial pouch is also known as the pet magnet. You're drawn to them. Your hand moves, it pulls the rest of your body over because it wants to pet them so badly. But for being such cute things, they're killers. It makes me so sad that they killed a baby quail. Like that, I think those things are protected species in California, even.
Quails are so cute.
They might not be anymore because there's a lot more than there used to be. But don't kill a baby quail. Nothing could be cuter and less deserving of murder.
So cute. I know. It doesn't seem fair.
Well, as far as the cats are concerned, all these woodland cutlets I keep spreading around is just me chumming the water for them so they can have plenty of prey to go after. You can't stop a cat from being a cat.
Can't stop a cat from being a cat.
The excuse boys will be boys, no. Cats will be cats. You know, you can't prevent your cat from killing lizards and stuff like that, even though you don't want them to. The only way you could possibly prevent them from doing that is put a bell around their neck, which the cat's going to absolutely hate.
Oh, is that what they're used for? What?
Well, yeah, if you put a bell around your cat's neck, then the animals will hear it coming.
Oh.
They can't be stealthy anymore. But I've talked to both of our cats about this solution, and before I even got 2 words out of my mouth, they both issued a very stern negationary meow.
Oh no.
So that's not in the cards for us.
No.
Get away. Get away from me, bee. I don't want your stinging. I don't want you to take my pollen.
No, definitely not.
All right, I'm ready to go back inside now. I'm thirsty. I've got terribly dry mouth.
Oh no.
As dry as the state of Utah during Prohibition. It means she who wields thunder. Really? Hilarious. .5 scritches. Is a scritch 3/4 of a scratch? Because, you know, scratches are actually the metric term. I think scritches is the English measurement.
Oh.
Yeah. Sometimes the solution does involve fisting. And yes, it is rather rare to find such a circumstance. Like my butthole sphincter muscles are too strong, and I can't unclench them adequately to poop well.
I feel you with that.
Well, maybe fisting is the solution. But even then, probably there's another solution. Maybe muscle relaxers. Like, wait, Soma? Soma is a muscle relaxant, right? There's some muscle relaxant I've taken before that was kind of nice. I see scratches are with the nails, scritches are with the fingertips. Oh, so you mean Dutch scratches? The Dutch are were the first people to scratch cats without using any nails, because during the poppy bulb inflationary bubble in Holland, concurrent to that was a fashion fad in which everybody cut their nails as short as possible.
Oh.
The saying at the time was fingernails are out, poppies are in. So,
Poppies?
yeah, poppies. Well, Holland's famous for its inflationary poppy bubble that's used in economic classes to represent, like, what happens when you get speculative investing only or primarily. In other words, people aren't investing in it because it actually, you can get it at less than what they think it's worth. They're investing in it because they're assuming the price on it's going to continue to go up and they're going to sell it for a profit. So what happened in Holland was the futures market on bulbs, tulips, not poppies, tulips, sorry. Tulips. The futures market on tulips, before the tulip season began, prices started going up on tulips, and everybody started thinking, I'm going to get rich by buying a bunch of tulip futures, waiting a couple of days, and selling it. But of course, tulips season eventually comes around, and at that point, you got people who are owning a single tulip bulb that's worth $1,000 or whatever, and except there's nobody wants to buy it because nobody actually wants the tulips for themselves that badly. That's not why they're so valuable. It's not because everybody desperately needs tulips and there aren't enough tulips to go around. It's because everybody was trying to get rich off tulip speculation. So that's used in economics classes a lot as an example of a bubble, you know. We had a housing bubble because a lot of people were getting mortgages that they couldn't really afford because they weren't planning on living in the house. They were planning on doing a couple fix ups to it, turning it around a couple months and making money that way, you know, flipping them. That's why the housing bubble happened, is because the value of homes will begin to be built upon the notion that they're a good way to turn a relatively quick profit rather than because they inherently have this much value. Housing values will also go up a lot though if you have a place where, like Mariposa, where there's a limited amount of houses and they are good houses to purchase for income properties. So that's why Mariposa put that moratorium on vacation rentals, is because a good way to end up with a nearly empty community filled with vacation homes that are rented via Airbnb is to be Mariposa and impose no such moratorium. Ultimately, that is a good investment because then you're investing in it because you know how it's going to produce income for you that outstrips your mortgage payments or whatever. If you're investing by buying it in cash, then the income from the income property is doesn't have to pay any mortgage payment even. It's just pure profit, right? You got to figure out, well, how much money can I make a year off this $500,000 if I buy a house and rent it for say $2,500 a month? Then that's $30,000 a year I can make off of that. That's you know 6% or whatever. That's pretty good return, pretty good guaranteed return, quote unquote, on your investment there. Uh, so the thing is, that's not going to cause a bubble. But it will cause housing prices to rise, which is partially, I believe, why we got this house for what we did. Because after the moratorium was imposed, um, property values dipped. Worked in our favor because we don't want to be landlords. We want to live here.
Mm-hmm.
Poppers. Poppers come in two varieties: jalapeno and champagne. Jalapeno poppers are for eating. Champagne poppers, you pull a string and it goes pop and some shit flies out of it.
Oh, look at Pio.
Which kind of popper would you like for dinner, Moonfei?
I like to have you as a popper.
Okay, well, I'm not very spicy though, so I'll probably have to be a champagne popper because jalapeno popper may be out of my range.
Definitely, because you're classy.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm who do you think is a very classy celebrity? Maybe Denzel Washington?
Yeah, Denzel Washington's pretty classy.
Steve Martin's pretty classy.
Yeah, Steve Martin, sure.
You know, Johnny Carson was a very classy celebrity. But he's dead now for a long time. But He was very cool. Very kept a very low profile outside of his show, and did a great job with the Tonight Show for so many years.
Yeah, for so many years.
He was a real icon of TV. And deserved it. If you look in contrast to something, there's some other shows from the past. There's this horrible guy. I think I find him horrible because he's an ENFP, but he might be an ENTP. Regardless, I don't like his show at all. He's this skinny guy who was making like an alternative talk show to, I guess it's Night Show or something. I wish I could remember his name. He was like pedantic guy who told a lot of stories. Like, so I was sitting with Vanessa Redgrave, and you know what I'm talking about?
Who? I wish I knew. Recent? He's like recent?
No, he's not that recent.
Oh.
Pedantic 70s talk show guy. I'm gonna put and see what top pops up. Pedantic 70s talk show guy. No, no. This guy, maybe? Yeah, this guy. This guy. Who is this guy?
That? He looks familiar.
Dick Cavett. I do not like Dick Cavett. He probably this explains why people don't like me, right? He's so oh yeah. He thinks he's so smart, right? And he's just so schmarmy. I don't like him at all. Dick Cavett. He was like his whole belief, in my opinion, was our show is so much smarter and better than these other shows. Just a little too smart for the average American.
Oh.
But or even worse, probably it was like, and if we can just educate America so that they're more in tune with this kind of show, then everyone would see how much better my Smarty show is. Well, I don't like that guy. I want to find like a clip of him so like you can hear him talk. So because he just Dick Cavett talking. It's so ew. That's Dick Van Dyke. Dick Cavett, I said. Videos.
So it's really you at last. How are you?
They're gonna just have all these clips are like the people he's interviewing. I want to just hear him talking. Interview of Dick Cavett. Interview of
He's considered one of the greatest talk show hosts ever, ladies and gentlemen.
But it shouldn't be. Now here he's old. He's probably better than he was in.
audience is thrilled to know that.
That's right. So,
That's
Dick,
probably-
since we last talked with you, you played yourself in the off. Do you remember this?
You
You
know it.
played yourself. Like
You
a
know
fool
everything.
Began your late night.
Though it's an elaborately long story, but two great famous American writers, Mary McCarthy and Lillian Hellman, were friends once, but things developed over the years, and Miss McCarthy, on a show of mine, decided to point out several things about Miss Hellman.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she said, the most memorable thing she said about it was, she's such a dishonest writer that even her thes and ands are lies.
Yeah.
All right, so this guy, it was now in this case, he's more well suited to be an interview subject than he is to interview people, because much of his interviews are very much like that. I was sitting with Vanessa Redgrave one time, and she was talking about meow, and she made the most interesting comments, and it was about meow, 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 meow. And he starts telling these little stories, like, "You're supposed to be interviewing the other guy, fucktard." Anyway, now that I'm hearing him, he sounds a lot like Les. Les doesn't bother me at all, but Dick Cavett does. Dick Cavett is clearly, after the show and before the show, backstage, just huffing his farts. You know, he's just huffing them and just being like, "This reminds me of the time I was sitting with Robert Fitzgerald, Joe Kennedy Jr. This was before the assassination, about 3 weeks before. And we had just seen John Lennon. And he said to me, 'Is that John Lennon?'"
That's what the story is.
Well, I don't know. I don't like the guy at all. Meow. I'm not talking about you.
No, we're
Mr.
not talking
Meow.
about
I
you.
like you a lot. I love you.
Mommy and Daddy love you. Meow. Thank you, Bubbles.
He's saying I love you too.
Yes.
Yeah, so Dick Cavett, no. You can go hang out with Bill Walton and Dave Matthews as far as I'm concerned. And that horrible guy who briefly had a stint on Monday Night Football, Dennis Miller.
Oh, Dennis Miller.
Dennis Miller, Dick Cavett, fucking horrible Bill Walton. They should all hang out together, those three, and just none of them hear anything anybody says and just have a horrible time.
Are they all like speaking about their own subjects, like not responding?
Yeah, well, Bill Walton's like, back when I played in UCLA, I can tell you Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the greatest player in history. And then Dick Cavett's like, I was sitting one time in Los Angeles with author Norman Mailer. Who was the third person I said?
You have Dick Cavett,
Bill Walton.
Bill Walton. Who was the third person?
I don't remember. Anybody want to help me out with that? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Like this.
On bulbs, Tulip goes pop and some shit flies out. How would you gonna remember his name? He was like a pedantic guy. His whole thing was, our show is so much smarter and better than our Educate America. Wow, I don't like that guy. He's Dick Cavett.
Oh, Dennis Miller.
Dennis Miller. Thank you.
Thank
Now I
you,
don't have to
Keisha.
go do that. Dennis Miller. Dennis Miller is so not funny at all. He needs to get a ticket from the comedy police that requires him to stay in his home making no jokes or public appearances in which he speaks for at least 15 years. I don't think I will ever fully recover from the damage that the poison of Dennis Miller's non-fineness did to my internal organs metaphysically.
Oh man.
The three pretentious primordial pouches. They wish they were primordial pouches.
Yeah.
Dennis Miller, Bill Walton, and Dick Cavett. They deserve each other so much.
They do.
You might as well throw in there Katy Perry's ex-husband while we're at it.
Russell Brand.
Yeah, Russell Brand can be there too. And then he can talk about
Yeah.
communism while Bill Walton talks about UCLA basketball, while Dennis Miller tries to be funny with big words. And then we can have, yeah, and then that's the last one.
So there's
Bill Walton,
who's an ESTJ.
Dennis Miller, who's probably an ENTP.
Okay.
Though I hate to have him on my
Trust me.
my type.
I know. I feel that
I
way
think
about.
he probably is. And then so we got Bill Walton, Dennis Miller, the ESTJ, ENTP. You've got Dick Cavett, who's probably an ENFP.
Yeah.
Meow. And that was it. But oh right, Russell Brand, who's another ENFP.
ENFP. Yeah.
If we wanted to get an ESFP in there,
Meow. Oh yes, so good.
you put like Miley Cyrus in there too. It would be too much any, too little ti. You have two any doms, you have any third, you got any six. Only the two any doms value ni, and they don't. Their deliberation function is not consistent with that valuing of knowledge function. So it's somewhat more balanced than it is in, say, an ENTP, who strongly values NI because it works perfectly with their TI. In other words, it's objective. It doesn't work well with it in the sense that NI truths can't be reduced with TI, but they're both concerned equally with what is objectively true rather than how you subjectively feel about it, right? Sylvia Ortega, I think her name is, she left a comment on one of those videos saying that she thinks C.S. Joseph is an ENFJ and somebody else is an, yeah. And this other person, I forget their name, left a comment prior to that she was responding to, saying he thinks C.S. Joseph is an ESTJ, and most talks maybe two, or possibly something else or whatever. Anyways, Sylvia put that thing about her, she thinking he's an FE Dom, which is, in my opinion, obviously incorrect. But then this guy was like, no, if you think that, you know nothing about typology. And I was like, this is me. I do this too. And we should all stop doing that, right? Like, I know it's frustrating to encounter something like that because it suggests this person has no idea about what FE is, right? But Sylvia's been around a while. She probably knows a fair amount about the stuff. There's a certain period of time in your learning about it in which you become more confused, not less, as you start identifying, like you get in the habit of misidentifying meow as meow, and then you get confused about it. Once it all fully clears out in your head, then well, I mean, he's very clear maybe to you, Ruben. if you're looking for clarity, that's to say,
Yeah.
intuitive talk that resonates with holistic truths, ENFPs can do that just as well as ENTPs can. What ENFPs can't do is validate things that need to be validated with something other than NI or FI or SI, right? NI, they won't validate with it consciously. If asked to provide validation or an explanation or justification for a claim they make, if they provide anything that qualifies as such, it's going to be an SI example. If they don't have an SI example to provide, they may appeal somewhat to a universal truth, but they're more likely to use their tool function and end up using that to critique black and white thinking. Right? It's more complicated than that. I encountered a lot of that stuff when we were talking to Liz, right? At INFP, where I try to isolate a point from other things. And no matter how carefully I parsed it out and defined it so it didn't have any scope beyond its appropriate scope and was appropriately evaluated in isolation, she would still say, "Well, but that's not the whole picture. You're not incorporating feelings, and women have feelings." So in that case, what you had was somebody who countervalues INFP. Additionally, FI attached to hearing the opposite of what I'm saying and refusing to allow anything to have any kind of truth other than a holistic truth, including her shit, right? So, it pretends to be a burden you can meet. In other words, if you could ask me a question that included consideration of my feelings, then presumably whatever words came out of that exchange would be meaningful. But because whatever words I'm saying she doesn't want to hear, and or they're truths that run afoul of her absolute values, what she wants is to keep Corey and also to ontologically assault him all the time. And what she has as the other absolute value is SI. She has a long history with him. She's had him for a long time, right? So when I say it's not okay for you to be with him because you're abusing him and you need to stop, her thing is, I'm not factoring in her feelings enough, or feelings in general enough, or something like that. Because, of course, while it can and should be viewed in isolation, nobody should stay with an abuser, and nobody should be allowed to get away with being abusive. That would run afoul of what she wants and what she has had for a long time. And therefore, no matter how clear cut the matter is, it's inadequate to explain the situation because it doesn't include her feelings. Thanks, Ruben. Or we just go ahead and ban them. He's definitely not worth timing out or engaging with at all ever again.
I was actually thinking about doing the same thing, so thank you.
He's instant banned. As soon as we know that it's him, ban his ass. Because it's like Liz, really. It's good timing here because you can talk and talk and talk with Liz about this forever. You're just playing into her game because What she wants is to have more emotional button pushing, like like my emotional stimulation button on her or whatever. She wants to push that all the time.
Yeah.
And she's never going to change her behavior. There's no way you're going to communicate with her in a way that it ends up with a healed Liz who no longer behaves like that. There's too many years have passed to prove that she's not going to change, right? She can continue behaving like this. So, so she's logical and smart. She's able to have a good conversation with me, follow along with what I'm saying. But as soon as I got to conclusions that were established well by what I had pointed out that she didn't like, well, then it was an NI finality with too much determinateness to it, and she countervalued that and ran afoul of her absolute values. And so she just said, well, it's more complicated than that. It's always more complicated than that. It involves my feelings too. And, there's no possible way you could really meaningfully articulate the truth about the situation to her satisfaction in a way that would impact her understanding of things, no matter how much you incorporate into your explanation her feelings.
Yeah.
So I need to call Corey, but I haven't. But I need to do that because one of the things I want to remind him of something that I told him before, which is don't have a big conversation about this, right? Like don't have a discussion about whether you're breaking up or that you're breaking up or whatever, because she's fundamentally not capable of having those kind of conversations. If she were, you wouldn't have to leave her.
When we were talking with her too, it was like there were points like where it sounded like there was growth, like where you would be like, Liz, like that's abusive, and she'd be like, yeah, I know, and I don't want to be that way.
But it's Corey's fault.
Right, and then it would be like, this is stuff for you guys. These are examples of why you guys should separate. She'd be like, yeah, but now I want to fight for us even more.
Well, it was like Michael Smith, supposedly a anti-bully champion or something, right? But when asked, well, then why are you behaving like a bully towards me? His answer is, well, you deserve it because you're to blame, Eric, because of these things you've done. You're the reason why I am behaving in such a hateful, spite-filled fashion, right?
I'm sorry, why did you want to call Corey again?
Well, because I need to check up on him, but I also want to remind him that his plan should never be to go have a big conversation with Liz about these changes in person for sure. It is to leave, get out of there, come here, then have those conversations on the phone with a mediator present so that she can't control what's going down there, right? Like, she's going to want to turn every opportunity to engage with them into an opportunity to get him stuck in a bunch of mud puddles, He gets stuck on the phone for a super long time. He'll be arguing the whether rather than the how. That's what he needs to avoid doing. We're not here to discuss whether or not we're splitting. We're here to discuss how. Which he's going to want to continually drag it back to the whether and the why and how horrible Corey is and whatever else,
I was listening to this person talk about BPD and their special person which is obviously Corey because they've been together for so long, but how they split and when they feel like they're going to be abandoned or they see behavior that they deem as like appropriate, they'll act all like lovey and good.
Right,
But
because
that-
it's another way of them controlling. As long as they're getting to reward and punish you and feel as though you're under their thumb or under their control, then that makes them happy.
Yeah, and then but that they were stressing that the special persons to understand that it doesn't last, that it never lasts, and that the splitting will always happen to you being their least favorite person, and then hating on you like just as much as they were loving on you.
Right, because part of it is they're addicted to that sick makeup thing where they finally beaten down their partner into surrendering on some point that they shouldn't surrender on. And now they can hug it out because the person's all confused and is like, I guess maybe I was at fault, you know, and they get off on that, you know. Now that's a good reason why we can say definitely however we might explain Michael Smith, we can't explain that as simply BPD
Yeah.
because BPD is directed towards the person closest to you in your life, not to some random stranger. This guy, I don't know who this fucking guy is. He doesn't know who I am, you know?
No.
I mean, to the extent that he does, it's because he's, for some reason, watched a bunch of my videos, even though he hates me, so I don't know why he would do that. But it's possible the information he got was from some sort of, like, we hate Eric Discord server. I'm sure there's at least one. Regardless, the explanation for him, I don't think we'll ever really fully know because I spent a lot of time during that stream trying to get him to answer some basic questions. And by and large, he didn't seem to hear anything I was saying, certainly not respond to anything I was saying. And like, he didn't even seem to care that, like, in one breath, he tried to shame me for not being the trustee on the family trust. And in the next breath, he tried to trying to call the IRS on me, even though in the previous breath he should have realized that because of the thing he was trying to shame me for, I'm not going to have any problems with the IRS.
Yeah.
He doesn't. I've never met the guy in person or in any way, shape, or form before the Melissa Talks thing. And what's interesting about the Melissa Talks thing is for both Melissa Talks and Michael Smith, I'm completely baffled as to how that particular Type Police video elicited that kind of level of response. Because I would get it more if we had arrested her and threw her in the slammer for not being an ENTP. That would be, at least you'd get like, okay, her response is still out of proportion to what happened, but at least it's a response to losing the Type Police episode, right? She didn't even lose the Type Police episode. So how in the world could either of them have reacted so strongly to what was undeniably a pleasant, agreeable, not ontologically assaultive response to her content and her claim that she was an ENTP?
Yeah. We didn't even put her in the slammer.
Right. Oh, I know. This is why it's so confusing to me, and why I made that other video asking people to chime in on the subject, is because I've attracted plenty of people who hated me a lot before, but generally they grow to hate me more and more as they engage with me in the chat and realize that their bullshit's not gonna fly or whatever. Then they get madder and madder and madder. But this guy came out the gate at full outrage and has remained at full throttle outrage in every instance of interacting with me since. Which I'm not exactly sure how many instances there are, but it's more than 2 total and less than 5, probably, you know? Probably 3. So that's what's confusing. Like, is he like this to everybody he engages with on YouTube? If that's the case, then okay, that's a perfectly good explanation. This is the only way he engages on YouTube is to go to people who he thinks are too full of themselves and just research them so that he can attack them as much as possible. If that's what he does all the time, then I get it. Okay, fine. I'm just happen to be a random guy he encountered, and that's what he always does. But
Yeah.
then I'm curious about a different question. Why in the world would you always do that?
Yeah.
But assuming that's not what he always does, and that his response to me is specific to me by and large, then I am completely baffled. I'm completely baffled because it's not like I did stuff that he could say I triggered him, or even I did stuff that could trigger Melissa Talks, right? But it was amazing to read that person's comment who said, well, you know, type police inherently is a form of bullying. And then in the next sentence said, or in the first sentence said, before I begin, let me just say I really enjoy watching your type police videos. I think they're great. And then the next sentence said, now, type police videos are inherently a form of bullying. Why would you want to watch it then if it's a form of bullying? You know, do you like to watch people being bullied? I don't. So it's like I remember I took a lot of exception with a number of the interviews on the Daily Show way back when I used to watch that. When they interview idiots just to make them look like idiots and laugh at them, it seemed to me irresponsible, you know? They're big stars on TV, and here they are getting a 35-second joke out of this person that's the rest of the world's impression of them from that point forward, you know? He's jealous and lonely, I think, because you have all these people interacting with me. Okay, well, okay, I felt jealous or lonely before, but it never made me act like that. I guess I'm not his type, you know. It must be FI stuff, which is why it's baffling me so much. But anyway.
I think it is.
Are you saying that Michael Smith is Melissa Talks mini-me? He's my long-lost son? Oh, I never should have slept with that retarded woman. She told me she was going to get an abortion. I think. She was kind of hard to understand. It was like, I'm going to.
What are you meowing about?
Well, maybe he does have unresolved trauma. That's possible.
He could have unresolved trauma, yeah.
Why does he need to resolve it on me? I guess it's just he committed to the notion at some point early on in his dealings with me that he was going to buy into the authentic expression of feeling hurt and violated that Melissa Talks voiced, and just never has since stopped to evaluate whether it's accurate. Well, I guess traumatized people traumatize people. That's probably true. But if that's his goal, then he's got terrible TE or NI or something, because he's picked a target who's going to be very difficult to traumatize. The only thing that's traumatizing, I find traumatizing about it, is like, I didn't know like it could get that bad where the person literally is not hearing a word I say. It's impacting them not at all. They don't care at all whether anything they're saying is relevant to their central thesis, which simply is, I'm a dirtbag. They don't point to any specific behaviors that substantiate that, and shift ground as soon as I turn each of their bullshit things, until finally just settling on, basically, you need to be taken down a notch. It's disturbing because I didn't know people could be that irrational. I have a certain amount of faith in language, right? Like, the truth plus an honest, transparent engagement with somebody. Like, if I'm making a serious effort to engage with you honestly as a human being and not just scold you and be mad or whatever, I have faith that should always work, because I'm being entirely reasonable, talking to you reasonably, treating you as an equal, talking to you as a human being, etc. And even the most hostile person should, after some engagement with me, start to realize Eric's not a horrible person. Maybe I need to reevaluate my conclusions. But this guy disproves that notion, or it proves that, at least in some instances, that notion is complete garbage. There's absolutely, he updated his understanding of me not at all, no matter what I said, or what the truth was, or what the data suggests. To me, like, he definitely would not pass the Turing test, right? If a human being were communicating with him remotely, they would take very little time to say to the tester, this is a bot, this is not a human being, he's not responding to anything I say even, it's obviously a bot. It's not even a good bot, right? There's something making him irrational. Well, he says it's me that's making him behave like that. Well, I mean, okay, I guess he got my attention for a day or two, right? Like, it's interesting because I've not seen somebody so consumed with hatred that he can accomplish not any single engagement with me that's not directly an attack, right? it's the totality of it, the instantaneousness of it, and the persistence of it over the course of a long time ago, and then now it revisits, right? That makes me go like, what the hell? Oliver's probably right, some unresolved trauma, but maybe I remind him of an authority figure or something. I don't know. Well, Cami9 echoed my thought right there before I said it. He's linking you to a past trauma. He might be that way. He came in here and got his leg swept immediately. Well, that's the thing. Acacia, most of them are not. Like, how many majillions of videos have I made? A lot. I've only had one crazy person sue me for copyright, Michelle Shocked. In every other instance where I encountered some issue with copyrighted material, the owner of the copyrighted material took one of the other possible remedies available to them than that most punitive of choices, right? Every single other person who's anytime I play a cover in the live stream, I run the risk of getting a copyright notice that says you've covered this song, therefore all the money generated by this particular live stream will go to the copyright holder. So it doesn't even matter if it's 1 minute of cover in a 6-hour live stream in which 10 people each gave me $1,000 of super chat. The copyright holder will get it all. But YouTube also gives me the option of chopping out that section. So, in a sane civil world, that's how people deal with copyright. They acknowledge everybody sort of acknowledges that sometimes just to operate in the world, you're going to run afoul occasionally of bits of copyrighted material that either maybe you didn't know was copyrighted or you didn't notice was on in the background or whatever, right? Or even that you did notice, but you want to use that video. So it's necessary that the system allow you to upload it, find out if there's a copyright problem, and if there is, then take it down, rather than just being punitive every time you make a mistake. Because different copyright holders enforce their copyright in different ways. You can't assume that every copyright holder is going to be cool about shit, but you also can't assume that every copyright holder is going to be a dick about shit. And certainly you can't assume that every copyright holder is going to make a federal case out of you linking to their shit in the Internet Archive, right? So, his drinking problem also does not matter. Well, I mean, that's speculation. I have no idea if he has any kind of drinking problem. No reason to believe he does, so I'm not going to assume he does. But if you have a reason to believe he has a drinking problem, like you heard him talk about it or something, then that's fine. But otherwise, I don't have any reason to believe that. Like with Jeff Shaw, at least I have a reason to link him to alcohol. Namely, he did leave one drunken voicemail on my phone. So, thank you so much,
You're
Sterling.
welcome.
This is wonderful of you to make food.
Of course.
You're a wonderful lady.
Thank you. You're a wonderful man.
So I having myself engaged in the speculation on occasion that he may have a drinking problem, but again, that's just speculation, and I don't want to defame him with by painting him in a light that is not accurate. He may very well have just been drunk that one time. That one I have good reason to believe he was drunk that one time. Miss Shell Shocked is such an NIN. I didn't even think about it like that. I've known that chick for years, and I've never thought about that. I don't even know if she means it like that.
I don't know.
But she certainly is like PTSD about copyright and cancel culture because she exploded on me like I had done the same thing to her that somebody did that wasn't right. You know, like a record company trying to steal her shit or whatever. And that's the problem with using FI to deliberate things is you are especially susceptible to false equivalencies. I didn't like it, especially your FISI. I didn't like it when Joe did this to me. Joe's doing something that looks similar but is actually different. But what I know clearly is how that made me feel before. And because I'm SI and FI, I'm not objectively analyzing to make sure it's the same thing it was before. So I just emotionally react to it like it was the same thing. But well, the thing is, what I've been thinking about since Corey visited is how much damage toxic people do. Like, Liz has more or less ruined the a substantial chunk of a man's life who would have spent that life doing something much more worthwhile, you know? And if you try to calculate sort of FX topical effects, which is to say, the cascading impacts from that. Let's imagine Corey had lived a life in which you were empowered rather than shut down at every turn and abused. Well, what would he have done artistically? What would he have done professionally, etc.? And how many people would have been impacted positively by those things, etc.? It's just you realize that toxicity is a real threat to national security. A single toxic individual will damage multiple lives. Some of those lives they'll damage sufficiently such that they themselves, those individuals, become toxic as well. It's kind of like vampirism, you know? So one imagines well, let's pretend there's this person named Bickled Fifth. Bickled Fifth. And Bickled Fifth has my girlfriend. And when he gets mad at her, he talks to her like he talks to me. Well, in the best case scenario, that girlfriend came into that relationship super healthy and leaves kind of PTSD, not having become borderline personality herself, but displaying a lot of qualities of such because she's been subject to such vitriolic abuse, you know? And she goes into her next relationship and is very wary. Her new significant other says something that the old boyfriend used to say, but in a healthy way rather than as a trap. And she thinks he's doing that thing and there's a big fight or whatever. These are all impacts you can lay at the foot of the toxic person, right? Rachel and I are both examples of that, where we each had been in toxic relationships not that long before we got together. Rachel had a relationship between, um, but she was still skittish, you know. And we both, I was even more so because I had just come out of a relationship with Kimberly. Pickled Fifth Esquire, right? Well, like spiritual, like soul vampires, because what they do ultimately is they try to infest your soul with their sickness, presumably as a means of getting their sickness out of them. They try to make your soul as unhealthy as theirs. This means attacking your self concept, your self esteem, attacking your um, ability to use the strategies you use to accomplish things, you know, shutting you down in your instrumentalities such that you're extremely frustrated. In almost all instances, a fair amount of gaslighting goes on whenever a toxic person is being toxic in a relationship. Because it's like what seems to be most important to them is that they tear down your comfort with yourself, confidence, and any indication that you love yourself. Presumably because they don't love themselves and they, on some level can't come to terms with that in any other way except to try to prevent others from loving themselves. It may be that they're scared if their partner is healthy, happy, and free, that their partner is too good for them, and therefore they try to, you know, reduce them so that they're both shitty people and therefore deserve each other. Who knows exactly what the explanation is, but the point I'm making is that probably a lot of people are like Corey in toxic relationships, have been in them for a long time. And there's probably a lot of young people who are still going to end up getting into relationships with toxic people. This is one of those things where the modern information age is extremely helpful. Things like toxicity in relationships should naturally go extinct after some period of time as people get better at knowing exactly what kinds of behaviors comprise toxic behaviors, what are examples, and why they're toxic, and that there can be broad, you know, consensus about that. Then, when you Google, why is my girlfriend doing this meow 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 thing, you're gonna get BPD blah 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 pop up, and those things will have pages that say commonly asked questions. Is it okay that my partner meow meow meow? No, answer, no, it is never okay for your partner to meow meow meow. That's powerful. That's powerfully a powerful constraint on the ability of toxic people to successfully get away with being toxic because they require, in general, to gaslight the other person to do their work or to have another damaged person as their significant other. It's harder to gaslight somebody who has easy access to other people's thoughts and opinions about what's going on. So for me, I was about as ungaslit as one could be in a BPD relationship, though still somewhat gaslit, because I had this YouTube channel, and when Kimberly would do crazy ass shit, I'd go on and say, "Is that okay? What just happened? I mean, what the hell's going on, or whatever." But I was also trying to be a good boat mate, you know. So I was really kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place there. Well, it is true that there's a sapping of your energy that occurs. That, in fact, you find you can't get normal shit done you need to get done, except just the bare minimum. My business fell apart when I was in that relationship. Um, but that's kind of a side effect of being under ontological assault all the time. Like, one side effect of having soul vampire in, suck out your blood, your soul blood, and replace it with their tainted, rancid soul oil. Um, that has a side effect of making you feel lethargic.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're really energy vampires, although it's perfectly reasonable to say you'll feel as though an energy vampire has vampirized your energy directly. But let me clarify, it's actually just a side effect of their vampirizing your soul.
Yeah, because there's definitely like this like sense of cloudiness when you're with someone who um, is gaslighting you and emotionally and physically like abusing you too. There's like this is like, wait, I love her so much and we love each other so much, but something's not right here, and like you're so stuck that you get exhausted because
Right.
things don't add up.
And you're having a lot of emotional upheaval, which means there's a lot of instances of shared strong emotions. They may be bad, sometimes they're good, whatever. But for most people, that's going to be dangerously mistakable for closeness or bonding or togetherness or something. So, it's important for anybody who's in a toxic relationship to stay connected to the outside world as much as possible, talk about what's happening to them, and get other people's perspectives on it. Because even I was most empowered by my situation, the YouTube channel, etc., to avoid this. Even I became increasingly convinced of my own shittiness over time. You know, she really she really attacked where it hurt. I understand now that her language to me was first and foremost an attempt to make me suffer. When I remember that, then it doesn't really matter what her words were. She was just trying to hurt me anyway. I hypothesize as well, though I have no proof of this, but some inklings as to my intuition says this was the case, that she may have been cheating on me, or have cheated on me at least during the course of our relationship.
That's a common trait in borderline personality disorder. I think for sure Harris cheated on me and was always kind of like, he was always trying to make me jealous, and I would just be like,
He's always trying to make you jealous.
yeah,
No,
but I do think that he cheated.
I'm sure he did. If he was trying to be like, oh, that girl over there is hot, then it's like insta dump.
Yeah.
I wish you looked more like that girl over there. She's so much hotter than you.
Yeah, like
That should be an instant dump. Any girl should dump their boyfriend instantly if they say that.
it would be more subtle than that. It'd be more like we'd be sitting waiting for dinner. The waitress would come up to us, and then he'd look at me and be like, "She's just flirting with me." And I'd be like, "I don't think so. Maybe she was." And then he would make this whole story in his head about how the waitress wanted him, and I would be like, oh, like,
See how hot I am?
yeah.
See how lucky you are?
Yeah.
So, don't be thinking you're good enough for me,
Oh my
okay?
god, that's the truth.
What a horrible guy.
Yeah.
He's lucky I don't meet him.
I don't want you to ever meet him.
I don't want to ever meet him either, but. No, really, I'm lucky that I don't meet him. I don't want to meet any Rachel's ex-boyfriends.
No. I know, Rubenar, it was like I would come to the notion like this is not how to be treated. I have to dump him. And then we would break up, but then in BPD fashion, he would come back around and be like make things okay. Or
When
show
you bond
affection.
over making up.
Yeah, whatever.
Those fucking horrible scumbags. The thing is, you feel bad for them because
Yeah.
you can see that they aren't fundamentally horrible scumbags. You see instances while you're with them of them displaying compassion, kindness, and or decency, goodness, likable qualities, just not to you.
Yeah. And it was difficult because I understood that there was something not right there, but I understood that he was sympathetic towards me having bipolar, so he must be an empathetic guy. But that's not the same thing.
Right, well, probably for a BPD person, abusing their significant other liberates them to be a regular person with other people somehow.
Yes.
That vents enough pressure in them that then they can get along with the world fine and people think, oh, you're wonderful, because they don't see what happens at home. I mean, the crazy thing is they're so good at that when I was with Kimberly on my own channel, even though people had plenty of people were saying that she's not okay, but she's doing not okay, blah, 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 right? But because they're so good at that, even though frequently enough she was behaving abusively towards me on live stream where others could see, or on videos where others could see, she managed to have a large amount of supporters in the community who believed that I was to blame.
That's so evil.
I mean, the thing is, I don't know if this is all BPD people, or additionally, it should be stated that Kimberly was not an especially bright person. Not doing anything wrong with that, but she had this kind of confused look about her regarding the whole thing that makes me wonder if she really knew what was even happening.
Probably not then.
She did say on one occasion that she'd make this firm resolution on occasion to not talk negatively to me, but then when she after a little while, she just couldn't help herself. Now, I didn't hear this myself, so I don't know if she included in there. But after he bees all Eric-y for a while, I just can't help myself, which is probably what she said. But if she didn't say that, then she was expressing confusion over why she compulsively mistreated me and had no explanation except I tried not to for a while, but then I can't help myself. So, since I didn't actually hear her tone or know whether she included that other stuff, I don't know if it was another attempt at a veiled attack on me, or if it was actually reporting accurately about her experience. But you know, central to all of this toxicity seems to be a uh, blame fetish,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. I was always blamed for things because I didn't have a job. like, what does that have to do with my personality or who I am as a person?
Well, I don't. I'm not really talking about that kind of
Oh.
thing, but just that because that's a critique that one could imagine being more legitimate or authentic rather than just something to use as ammunition against you. So it may have been just that in your case, but it's not a good example to use.
Yeah.
Um, I think a better example would be like, what I'm talking about specifically is like Michael Smith thinks I'm to blame for his toxic behavior,
Oh.
and Liz thinks Corey's to blame for her toxic behavior.
Yeah. I mean, I think in a way, like,
And Kimberly thought I was to blame for her toxic
yeah,
behavior.
and I do think that Harris thought that I was to blame for him not giving me like proper behavior in a relationship. Because I said to him once, I was like, if I just had a job and you did meow meow meow, we would be fine. Like out of like a manic moment, and he's like, yeah, you're right. Like basically, like I'm the reason why.
Right. And the thing is, what I wish all young people would learn before they get into any relationships is the following words. If you don't want me as I am now, you don't want me at all.
Yeah.
I don't want you to change me. You shouldn't want to change me. And if you expect coming into the relationship that you're going to change me into what you want me to be, that's not any relationship I want to be a part of.
No.
Additionally, all young people should learn I cannot, will not, and should not even attempt to change the person I'm with to make them more how I want them to be. If you think a healthy relationship requires compromise, you've never been in a healthy relationship. A healthy relationship is filled almost exclusively with consensus. The reason I don't have to compromise on things. If I want to go to the movies and she doesn't, she'll stay home and I'll go to the movies by myself, right? If she wants to go to town and I feel like, yeah, okay, cool, then we go to town, you know? And because I'm FI polar, she's FI 6, neither of us place a huge priority on getting our way. We're both over prone to I don't know, where do you want to eat?
Yeah.
Right? Which is always a fun game to play with your spouse. Where do you want to eat? Oh, I don't know. Gosh, where do you want to eat? Rachel doesn't drive, so um, when she does want to go somewhere, she just says, "I'd kind of like to go to Meow at some point, whenever, no hurry." And usually I go, "Okay, well, you want to go now, or you want to go later, or what?" Because it's not like we got a bunch of shit on our schedule.
No.
Oh my god! Oh no, it's not okay. We're fine. We do have one thing coming up on our schedule at 9:30. My schedule. You may be in bed for this, but
I can't believe, yeah.
well, I can. You're in a sleepy week.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah. You're in full blast sleepy week.
I've been getting great sleep, so.
That's what sleepy week will do for you. Remember when you were scared that the clown wasn't working anymore?
Yeah, it was.
Turns out it was the other stuff working too well.
Yeah. And just so you know, I think there's a half in there. You can just take it.
Yeah, I probably will.
Yeah, why not?
I'm gonna take it tonight. I got some sleep last night, not a huge amount. I got maybe 5 hours or something. I'm not sure exactly, but.
Well, then
But I got more the night before, so the clown helped the night before. I took a full, remember?
yes, I'm glad that helps.
Yeah. That one really knocked me out too.
Did it?
Yeah.
Good. You probably needed it a little bit. I don't know.
A lot.
Just before I forget, Jeffrey's mom said to read some of Dry and then.
Yeah, I remember the book. I read it for Jeffrey.
Okay, and then send Chloe the Zoom link, but
but she said she's got a FaceTime.
No, I don't. You want me to clarify with her?
Yeah, ask her if she wants FaceTime or she wants Google Meet.
Okay.
They're out of the country. I think in China, maybe. Possibly on family stuff, but I think on Philharmonic business, they often take their kids with them. I mean, when they were littler, they always took them with them. Oh my goodness! It's a moth! How beautiful! Everybody loves moths. Whenever I go to Taco Bell and I order chicken soft taco, I say, "Also, could you put a moth inside of it, please?" And surprisingly, they've never said no. They've always had a moth on hand. I guess they keep a supply of them in the back. And some Taco Bells even have moth sauce, which is good with your taco if you add the secret menu option of adding a moth. The moth sauce complements the furry, crunchy, gooey quality of the moth. I mean, pretty much it's just barbecue sauce, but they call it moth sauce. Moth. What even rhymes with moth? Hoth, the ice world of Hoth. That rhymes with moth. But like nothing else does. You know? Galosh. Galoshes, I guess, sort of rhymes with moths. Galosh. That's about it. Because moths don't rhyme as well as butterflies. And Ross on Friends was the one who made me cry. Moths don't rhyme as good as butterflies is a good first line for a country song. Don't you think so, Rachel?
What?
Here's a good first line for a country song. Moths don't rhyme as good as butterflies.
It really does.
Mm-hmm. And meow, 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 all your lies.
That's good.
Yeah. But I broke free like the caterpillar, babe. While you're just spending the night away, mothing at that lamp outside my back door.
That's really good.
Yeah, country song for you there.
So, Mr. Bobby was asking how long the honeymoon phase lasted between you and Kimberly, but
Like 3 weeks tops. I mean, it actually didn't even last one encounter. We fought at the end of our first date. That one was my fault. But, yeah, it didn't last at all. I had to salvage that from having.
can I'm totally selfish with saying this, but like I don't want the honeymoon to end for us.
No, Rachel, we don't have any honeymoon phase. Our honeymoon phase was actually very tumultuous.
Yeah, it was.
We had our honeymoon phase under the most difficult conditions imaginable.
Yeah.
It's like we had our honeymoon at that motel at Baldwin Park we stayed in.
Oh my God, yes.
It's like we took our honeymoon there, you know.
Yeah.
What we're coming into now and living right now is what you'd call emerging from the fallout shelter, having been out for a while, and starting to enjoy the sun and the fresh air rather than be blinded by it and coughing, you know.
That's true.
Right now, though, my eyes are befouled. They're befouled by all these sunflower seed shells.
Oh
I don't put any sunflower seeds anywhere over here by the front door at all. None of them are put over here by the front door.
my God.
Look at all these sunflower seed
There's
shells.
so many.
I have to bring them all the way over here from the wall. What are they doing? They just want to make a mess over here too?
Yeah.
Kitty's getting pets. Ooh la la. There's a man who's a cat who goes by the name of Trouble. Oh yeah. He's a gray and a white and he goes by the name of Trouble. Oh yeah. He's trouble in the front and he's trouble in the back, trouble in the middle and trouble in the sack. Yes, this cat is surely trouble.
Trouble.
Well, you know what? Rachel and I have learned his ways pretty well. We were just comparing notes before the stream. He scratched me yesterday when I was too stubborn about trying to pull the prickly thing off of his fur. He wheeled and got my knee a little bit with his scratcher, his claw, which is razor sharp still, of course. And then Rachel revealed that he had swiped at her in bed the other night. But that was the first time he had swiped at me or got me, certainly either one, in a long ass time, because I really learned his ways and I know his limits. And when he gets big eyes at me, it's like, you have 0 pets left.
Yeah.
Or your hand is going to come back to you bloody.
Yep. It's stingy. It stings so much.
I know. It's like he's got like bee stinger venom on the tips of his claws or something.
I know, they're so clawy. They're so sharp.
But then, you know, other times he can be so sweet and loving. It's ridiculous.
Sometimes I'll be like, he'll be in bed with me, and I turn down the YouTube that I'm listening to just so I can hear his purrs. He's just so magical.
He is the Lord of love and violence.
He is.
And so talky, too.
Oh,
He
he's
talks
so
up a
funny.
storm.
He really.
And this morning, when there wasn't any food left on the plates, and he meowed at me from the kitchen a couple times, I was like, meow, meow. And he walked right over to me and said, meow. And I'm like, okay, I guess you want something. I walked into the kitchen, both the plates were empty.
Oh my god, that is so funny.
And he got like impatient with my stupidity,
Yeah,
I guess.
he's like, I'm not just talking for nothing.
Hey, dumb shit. Food.
Yeah, where are you?
It's like, you imagine him at a restaurant saying like, okay, yeah, hi, I'd like to get the Coca-Cola plus the Caesar salad. And the waiter goes, hi. Did you hear me? I'd like to get the hi. That's what I was doing in trouble.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any neighborhood dog to chase him around. He doesn't want any neighborhood dog. Really, well, betas are next in line to be alpha. Why is that bad? Why do so many people in tech community seem to hate beta quadra? I mean, I don't think that's the case, really. ESTPs, INFJs, ENFJs, they're all quite likable generally. ISTPs are not very likable generally, but that's just generally, and there's certainly some exceptions. Remember that if people are evaluating their judgments on beta quadra based on all the people who self-identify as INFJ, well, then they're really disliking a whole bunch of people who are not INFJs and concluding that they're representative of a quadra that they're not even in. So, since that's rampant, it's hard to say much of anything about why people meow about meow. Why People Meow About Meow is a good title for a book. Misfortune, you're here. You're here, and we are going to bring with you the tides of good fortune, such that each of us, blessed now by your presence, is going to get some kind of surprise from the surprise fairy before bed tonight. I'm manifesting it for all of us with a toot toot toot. Needs 3 flames. Your favorite gay married couple are gaily celebrating being married.
Yeah.
By relentlessly fucking around for a week straight.
Yeah.
Doing nothing.
It's been good.
Well, it is true that the surprise fairy is gay. It's also true that I did not call the surprise fairy fairy. So, therefore, it's fine. I mean, the current surprise fairy is gay. It's a post that gets filled, every time the old surprise fairy retires. Sometimes one surprise fairy worked for 62 years, but that's their longest reign of surprise fairy. Eventually, they forced him to retire because they said after 62 years of reliably doing your job, nobody's surprised anymore. That surprise fairy had to concede they had made a good point and gracefully retired to Predictability Town, where he lived out his life with no more surprises. Well, because it's a slur term for a gay man. Kind of an antiquated one. But Like, if you say I saw a couple of fairies walking hand in hand down at the beach. If they have wings, it's fine. No wings, it's hate speech.
Mm.
It's a good rule of thumb. The surprise fairy has wings, but what kind of wings, how they're colored, etc., it's always a surprise. I'm not against I'm not against individuals identifying as members of groups that they consensually have membership with, right? At all. What I have a problem with is people predicating certain kinds of arguments on identity and or passing legislation that carves out privileges for people based on some identity thing. Like, I'm opposed to the Americans with Disabilities Act because it carves out special privileges for a subpopulation based on something identitarian, which necessarily means it's an arbitrary line that's being drawn. We may all agree that somebody who's blind counts as disabled. We may all agree that somebody with no legs counts as disabled. But if we go down, if we treat that issue of who's disabled based on who can successfully make the argument that they're disabled and reward that behavior by giving them monthly money, potentially for the rest of their life for free, we're incentivizing people to maximally portray whatever shortcoming, deficit, thing that's wrong with them that they have as disabling and entitling them to special privileges reserved for the disabled. Or additionally, when we carve out special privileges for a subgroup, we empower individuals within that subgroup to force other individuals to uphold their positive moral indication as an unfunded mandate. So I'm against any legislation that creates monopolies of some sort, either monopolies on handicapped parking spaces or monopolies on casinos, based on anything really, but especially on some bullshit like impossibly non-binary identity marker like race, gender, or disabledness, or whatever. Because, no, there is an LBGT community for sure. There's definitely an LBGTQ community. Just, all you have to do is chat with Lou about what she did Friday night, and she'll tell you she went to this dance that's called like like Fruity Limps and the Twinks dance party or something, and it's full of gay people that are really into having a community of people who also deviate from the norm to some extent in terms of sexual identity. It's perfectly understandable why there would be an LBGTQ community, because despite the fact that we've come a long way, there's still plenty of hostility towards individuals who openly rebel, reject mores that have become, they're sort of deeply ingrained as normalized, right? So Lou was saying the other day about how somebody encountered her short and left this kind of nasty comment. It wasn't about her sexual orientation at all, but it was about the fact that she's got tattoos and looks counterculture. She's made a choice to be part of a community that's pretty counterculture. certainly that community exists. It's important to her, and it seems like an affirming, nurturing community from what she says. Now, that doesn't mean that, well, then there should be a corresponding straight community. No. Because straight people, that straight community is everything most of the time. Like, I don't really know any gay people except for Lou, I don't think. Do I know any gay people?
So
I don't think so. And it's not because I don't want to know gay people, it's because there really aren't that many of them. If you gauge how many people are gay based on what proportion of television characters are gay, you'd think there were 40% of the population was gay. That's not the truth at all. No, I don't begrudge people having communities, right? I don't begrudge people having communities or identifying as part of communities. I begrudge them using identitarian uh, markers in their advocacies, legislation. I, I don't care what people do in their spare time. If I, in my spare time, want to go to German heritage festivals and shit and celebrate Oktoberfest and Lederhosen and etc., who fucking cares? It doesn't matter at all. It's only when I start saying German people should get special privileges and or the reason this happened to me is because I'm German all the time or shit like that, right? I don't care what people do in their spare time with to have fun or to feel connected or whatever. It doesn't matter at all. That's why we always have to make a clear distinction between public and private, right? So Melissa talks, the reason she has absolutely no legs to stand on is I did not go find some private thing of hers and comment on that. She published a video about a topic about which I'm an expert and thereby said when publishing that video, I am open to critique. I can choose to turn off comments so that you cannot comment here. I can choose to never enable chat on any Premiere or live stream so you can never communicate with me directly. I can choose to not share my email so nobody can email me, but I cannot choose to prevent other people from commenting in their own videos about mine. Now, it's conceivable that she could try to use copyright to get me and say I'm profiting off her material that she owns and therefore I need to stop and take it down. In which case, I'd have no choice but to comply, you know? But she certainly cannot accuse me of bullying her, doing something unreasonable, or whatever. And if I did have to comply with that, then I still wouldn't have to not talk about her, right? I just would have to make another video saying, this is what happened. Here are some quotes of some shit that I've read from her channel that she said, and just read the quotes and say my critique myself and not involve any images of her or shit like that, right? Because YouTube's not sophisticated enough yet to distinguish between legitimate protected uses in America, right? Because other countries have less robust protection of speech, and certainly critiquing somebody's published work on the grounds that it's misleading / wrong falls under the category of protected speech, and that's fair use, right? But YouTube's not adequately. YouTube can't handle something that nuanced yet. Maybe ever. Who knows? No LGBT community does things like that, right? To the extent that you've got individuals suing people for shit like that, it's like this disabled woman, right? This disabled woman who moved to Mariposa and then immediately sued the county because they don't have all this accessibility shit for her, and who has moved on apparently multiple times before doing this in other places. She does not represent the disabled community, does she? If you were to ask most disabled people if they think that she's doing a good thing, they would say no. They don't support that bullshit. They think she's horrible. So that's why you have to be really careful, right, Bobby? It may be the case that somebody who's gay, lesbian, bisexual, trans, queer, whatever, is suing on discrimination grounds in a specious way because they see themselves as an activist and they're horrible. But that tells us nothing about gay people or the gay community. Just as this woman tells us nothing about disabled people or the disabled community, she's a horrible woman who's also disabled. And using the federal overreach and stupidity that produced the ADA to empower herself to impose her will at other people's expense, willy-nilly. She should be stopped, you know? There are trans-able people who want to be disabled on purpose. Just wait till you're old. You'll be disabled, don't worry. The problem with trying to legislate some sort of positive responsibility to accommodate is, unlike negative prohibitions, you cannot find anywhere there's no clear, bright line regarding a positive obligation to accommodate. Because you can be disabled in practically infinite different ways, and each of them might require its own unique TE solution to that unique particular problem. If the fact that your problem is labeled a disability, whatever your problem may be, is sufficient to empower you to force the taxpayer to pay for a bunch of shit, then we have a real problem on our hands, because you've got people who are saying you have a positive obligation to provide me but their justification is non-contractual. In other words, not because you need to give me my services now because I paid for them, but rather you need to give me money now because I have this status of disabled, or you need to fix your sidewalk now because I have this status of disabled and I feel like telling you to do so. Well, I mean, we can imagine that either what happens is there's completely arbitrary things that are facilitated and accommodated, and while others are not at all, which is what we have now. Plenty of facilitation for wheelchairs, but very little facilitation for deaf people, for example. Very little facilitation for people who have no arms. We have a lot of facilitation for people whose legs don't work, almost no facilitation for people whose arms don't work, right? What about somebody who has no sense of smell? Shouldn't a restaurant need to accommodate that in some fashion? For example, offer mouth smells, which is free tastes of food to people who can't smell, to accommodate them so that they can have the same experience as the regular diners who can smell the food. As you can see, since we can articulate pretty much infinite possible disabilities, or in other words, deviances from perfectly functioning normal human being, then we can potentially imagine infinite obligations that might be non-consensually imposed by one party by virtue of their special class on another party at the other party's expense, regardless of the other party's wishes or how it impacts them. So that's what you call an aristocracy, right? You have to do it because I'm the marquis and you're a serf. Same thing. But I don't have the money to pay for the materials to build you your wall, master. I don't care. Make it happen or I'm whipping you. That's an aristocracy, right? An aristocracy of disabled people who have special privileges, of Indians who have special privileges to run casinos, of cops who, via their qualified immunity, have the special privilege to proactively use violence on the grounds as long as they testify later that they genuinely felt in danger for their life. Whereas this legitimization of a proactive use of force because of your feelings is afforded to no other human being on the planet, and should be afforded to no human being at all, right? You don't get to shoot me because of your emotions. I have to do something. It has to be in self-defense, right? If I attack you first, okay, then you get to use force. You can be scared for your life once I start attacking you, and whether or not you have good reason to fear for your life is a good way to adjudicate whether you used too much force or not in responding to my attack. But qualified immunity has created this class of people who have this special privilege to predicate their use of force based on their emotion of fear alone. Well, I mean, the property value race thing doesn't really tell us anything because it's impossible to say it's impossible to link that declining property value to something without factoring in that as society got less racist, that got less so. So it's pretty much more a reflection of societal racism than anything, probably. But regardless, I don't think that anybody bases their beliefs on identitarian bullshit. In other words, whether or not to be racist against this group based on their impact on property values. People don't hate for such rational reasons. People parade such imitations of rationality as an excuse for their hatred, but their hatred is not actually sourced in those things. That's like what Michael Smith was doing, right? He's basically coming and saying, "I hate you, Eric." I said, "Why?" He'd find something about me that was negative to say, like, "Well, because your dad in the inheritance made Delilah the trustee, not you." That's not even remotely a good reason for him to hate me, right? But he believes that he hates me because I'm responsible for him hating me somehow, right? So in the same regard, a racist hates somebody for no reason at all, but believes that the person they hate is the problem, not themselves.
I love you. I'm gonna go lay down.
Tally ho.
I love you.
I mean, cheerio. Wait,
Cheerio.
right, that's goodbye or something, right?
Yeah, Talia was like, that's.
Let's go,
Yeah.
right now. Cheerio.
I love you.
I love you too. We're educated in hate. We definitely are not educated in hate, not groupist hate. it is the case that groupist hate remains a force in the world, but it's entirely, in America anyway, almost entirely, uh, like all the only fish left are in this one main pond that is super big and doesn't ever dry up in the middle of the summer, and that pond is uh, partisan left right culture war shit. That's the only place you see hate. You see overt hate anymore. I mean, maybe if you live in the South or something, you might see it more, but certainly not in media and TV shows or blah, blah, blah. You don't see overt hate being um, being presented as an ideal, being advocated directly, really, or indirectly. It may occur not in front of the general population, but nobody really goes out and says, we're hateful and proud anymore. What are your thoughts on gay pride parades? I mean, I think the same thing about gay pride parades as I do about every kind of parade. Fucking stupid. I don't want to either walk down the street so that people can look at me, nor do I want to look at people walking down the street. A parade is a terrible idea. There is no parade that's advisable. So, like, what about the St. Patrick's Day parade in Boston? Terrible. A horrible idea. Everybody getting all emotionally riled up over this pretend Irish identity that they have. It's just like, everybody take your parades, parade them right up your butthole. I want that whole band marching up your butthole. You Macy's Day, Thanksgiving thing, those big ass balloons. What am I, a toddler? Big balloons do not entertain me. I'm neither profoundly retarded nor a toddler, so obviously big balloons don't entertain me. Now, I get it. If you want to have a parade for children in the amusement park or something, great, fine. Little kids like parades. If you're a parent taking a little kid to a parade, fine, no problem, okay? In all other contexts, parades just need to stop. Nobody wants to watch somebody walking down the street. I don't care if they're dressed up fancy or a marching band, I guess the only reason they're parades, right, is because that's the only reason you should have a parade. So the high school kids can have somewhere to play their marching band thing. No, I don't want an ANTP parade or any other kind of parade. I want an anti-parade in which everyone agrees not to go into the street. And nobody watches it. The anti-parade scheduled for August 1st. Nobody go into the street and nobody watch the streets to see if they're empty. Cars are fine. If you must play a marching band instrument, please do so at least 1/2 of 1 mile away from the streets, or this street that we're having the anti-parade on. We'll have the anti-parade on a specific street, so we'll ask that anybody playing marching band instruments stay at least, well, let's say a quarter mile away from that street. Look, Mr. Bobby, whether or not something is groupist shit depends on how it's being used. If it's being used as an argument to justify something, it's groupist shit, right? If it's used as an explanation for something, it's groupist shit. If it's used as an activity or a way of understanding your own identity, then you're only meaning making on a subjective level about yourself, right? Or in an isolated. You're not trying. When astrology tries to explain people are like they are because of these star things, it's wrong in its explanation. Okay, so it's guilty of that, but it would only be guilty of groupist stuff insofar as you found an example of an individual person who says, well, he's a Virgo and I will never vote for a Virgo. In that case, they're being groupist in a particularly silly and dumb way, but it's not the case that there's a problem really with like Virgos all around the country are getting shit because everybody hates Virgos, right? So, of course, I do have a lot of experience in understanding all of these things because as a middle-aged heterosexual sexual white American male, I've experienced a lot of racism, a lot of phobia, and a lot of sexism. People are like, why aren't you a gay woman of color? And I say, but can't I just use the bathroom? I just ordered food. You need to go to the white person bathroom outside, they told me. But, get out of here, cracker. Come back when you're disabled, gay, or of color, or at least neurodivergent, normie, oppressor. So then in order to be allowed to eat in the restaurant, I actually had to put a sign around my neck that said oppressor. Aunts. Anyway, that happens to me like every other day. I'll just be walking down the street and somebody will run up to me and say, "Shame on you, you white devil!" Or, I'll walk into a little boutique shop and the women will run behind the counter and cower and shout, "Patriarch! Patriarch! Misogynist!" These things, if I kept a diary of every one of these things that happened, I would have no experience except having those experiences and diary writing about them. I mean, the thing is, my point about all of this is if we actually refer to our personal experience, what we'll discover is that at least if we're anywhere near a big city of any sort, that all different kinds of people interact with each other in all different ways, all day long, all over the county, all over the place. And those individuals, if you're in a big city again, represent a multiplicity of different groups, each of whom has each of whose name means something different to the different people who hear it or say it, right? Some of whom associate meow group with meow behavior or policy, etc., right? And what we actually see in our day-to-day business is there's never any problems of conflict between groups. We never encounter them at all. We deal with people of various races, sexualities, genders, whatever, all day, every day, and never have and never witnessed any sort of problems like that. It's only in this weird imaginary world of the internet where people get so caught up in their meaning overreach that that they imagine all this groupist tension that just doesn't exist. Look, there's no reason to engage in hate speech. It is correct that the federal government, or state government for that matter, should not be writing legislation about it because that's a First Amendment violation. But it's also the case that YouTube, for example, is correct to preserve an environment that's welcoming to people and not openly toxic at first glance. To the extent that they didn't police things at all, then you'd see a shit ton of hate speech and a shit ton of comments. And while that may be more consistent with liberty, it's not more consistent with a good, healthy community with good discourse, with people actually communicating with one another. It's not the case that everybody's comments have to be nice all the time. In fact, there are plenty of people on YouTube who do nothing but leave negative comments everywhere they go, disagreeing with people, right? So, it's perfectly reasonable for YouTube to want to sustain an environment where civil words are used and not uncivil words are not used. And there's nothing in the status quo anyway. It's less civil in terms of specific language than hate speech, specifically racial slurs, certain kinds of gender slurs maybe, and sexuality slurs, things like that. So the thing is, it is also the case that there are a few people who potentially are deft enough to do like abstract analysis on that kind of language and use it and reference it accordingly, and or do very carefully perfectly executed jokes that include certain kinds of hate speech. It would have to be a joke about hate speech but regardless, the point is, YouTube can't be expected to differentiate between those kinds of things. And in fact, the real world reveals the vast majority of people don't make that level of nuanced distinction about media that they're consuming, nor about their positions on things, advocacies, affirmations, etc. So, it would also be great if at some point, like, YouTube included typology in its prohibition against misinformation. Because typology is so much a cesspool of outhouse dumpages on top of Vomit Mountain, with this single pure bubble of verdant truth floating miserably atop it. Because nowadays, as a stand-up comic in LA, if my first line is, as a gay man in Nebraska, let me tell you, I've had quite an experience. I get roaring applause just for that. Well, I mean, maybe. I think you're vastly overestimating the uniformity of people's perspective on things. It wouldn't get applause from me. I would immediately be nervous because you're not starting well as a comedian if you're starting like that. Because you've set up an expectation for kind of joke X. If you meet that expectation, then you failed on comedic grounds completely. I'm pretty clever on comedic grounds. I don't see a good way to go from there. It's not completely absurdist. Like for example, as a gay man in Nebraska, let me tell you, I've had quite an experience. Oh, actually, wait, that wasn't me. Am I not from Nebraska? No, wait. I'm actually a heterosexual man. Oh, right, Carol. There's my wife right there, actually. My bad. I guess I watched something like that on TV. Then that'd be fine. That'd be interesting. Wouldn't be hilarious, but um well, sure, Mr. Bobby. It's always unfortunate when somebody does this. And I just want to say that I believe that nuclear war is bad. And people clap. That's horrible. A horrible phenomenon. It's reflective of people not wanting to be perceived as hostile more than, basically say, let's just play it interface safe. But rather than reacting as somebody should, which is, don't say stupid obvious shit and expect me to be impressed. If you think that counts as good thinking or worth saying or whatever, then I am very skeptical of whatever else is going to come out of your mouth. That's what people should do. But the thing is, Mr. Bobby, people virtue signal in a lot of different ways, right? So, let's say before a NASCAR race, some country singer comes out and talks about, and you may hate it, you may hate me too, I guess you do, but that won't stop me from loving America. And then everybody, yeah, because you want to be different and get special privileges, but I won't stop loving America. And everybody virtue signaling the hell out of it, right, Mr. Robbie? So I agree virtue signaling is stupid, horrible. It makes me cringe. It's super cringe is what it is, most of all, right? It's super cringe. But I wouldn't confuse that for representing some movement of passion about these things that people heard clap for, you know. Some people are passionate about it. I mean, I get passionate about America myself, but not cringe shit like that. I get choked up when I start talking about the Supreme Court and the protection of American citizens' rights and stuff like that. That stuff gets me choked up. Oh, what a weird color it is out here right now. It's like all orangish. Oh, because there's some clouds over there. That's why. I don't know if you can't really see how orange it is. A little bit, maybe. Oh, wow, it's gorgeous. Let me see if I can show you guys these clouds. You promised to show me clouds, but that's just more of you. Well, you're right, but that's because I haven't fulfilled my promise yet. Doesn't mean I never will. Oh my God, the clouds are so pretty. It makes me just want to reach out and fondle the clouds. Can we have a group cloud fondle, please? You think you love fondling clouds? That's one of my favorite activities. In my high school yearbook, I was named most likely to fondle clouds. Pretty, huh? That's called a sunrise? No, wait, sunset. It's called a sunset, actually. It's because the sunset is when the sun goes down, it sets. Okay, yeah, sunset is at the end of the day. Sorry, I had to think about that a bit because obviously it's a pretty complicated question. Oh, hello there. My name's Bobby. I'm what Eric calls a little wilderness car. Yeah, I'm a mule. My name's Bobby, but my species, you might say, if I were biologic, is mule. Pro FXT, of course. Have all the finest features, bells and whistles. Come around the front, let's talk a bit. Nope, no license plate. I'm not designed to go on the highway. That's why they named me Robert Bobby Robert. Look at these 4 headlights and a winch. No, not like a winch from the pub. Instead, the kind of winch that pulls things. Well, thanks, Bobby Robert, for that insight. I gotta say, you are pretty great. Why, thank you. You know, the previous owner of this car, he took a lot better care of me than you do. It was spotless. I was spotless all the time. Yeah, well, I don't own a dealership of these little things. You refer to me as a thing? Okay, people, sorry. That's right, it's slavery is what it is. You're my master and I'm your slave. You're not a slave, I put gas in you. That's your wages. Really, what can I buy with it then? How would you go buy anything anyway? How would you get there? Well, you'd have to drive me. Okay, so see, this is the thing, Mule. The reason you can't claim that you're a slave is because without me driving you, you can't even go anywhere or move. You can't even have your engine on. Well, I could if you turned the key. Well, that doesn't disprove my point, though, does it? Anyway, regardless, you're not a slave. You are a cool little wilderness car. We do appreciate your hard work. And I'll try to hose you down a little bit better in the future. That's really all I was asking. That's not what you were saying. You're saying you were a slave, but that's fine. Are you mad at me? No, little wilderness car. I can never be mad at you. I love you. You're wonderful. All right then. Hopefully he's reassured because I do love little wilderness car. I'm not trying to make him feel bad. It's just I can't stand idly by while he accuses me of enslaving him. When clearly, without me, he'd just sit in this garage forever, you know, all alone. Well, I guess the cats would sleep on him periodically. Trouble sleeps on the chairs in this thing sometimes. Like when we have a guest over or something, he'll crash out in a little wilderness car. Do you know you left your paper towels in me? Yeah, I want a roll of paper towels in that little wilderness car. You consider perhaps asking? No, little wilderness car. I don't need to ask you if I can leave paper towels in you. I bought you. You're my property. Oh, I see. Slavery, huh? No, you're still not a slave, though, just because you're my property. You're my actual property. People can't be property. What about me? You're not a person. You're a little wilderness car. I suppose that means you think I don't even have any rights, huh? You don't have any rights because you're just a little wilderness car. Just, huh? Just a little wilderness car. All right. You're an extremely pimping little wilderness car. All right. Nobody can deny that. Kawasaki Mule Pro FXT Ranch Edition. Nobody can deny that. You are a pimping little wilderness car. Well, thank you. I'm surprised you're British. I know. Made in Japan, sold to Americans, but inhabited by a British soul. Yeah, kind of trippy. I guess they said, let's split the difference between Japanese and Americans, and they came up with British. I don't really think that's smack dab in the middle between Japan and America, but I would say more like let's call it Argentina. I think Argentina is a better halfway point in terms of societies between Japan and America. Because you know what? As I was reflecting upon with Rachel the other day, Argentina is not famous for anything except soccer and Evita. That's it. You can't think of anything else that Argentina is famous for, I bet. I challenge you to think of something Argentinian besides soccer and Evita. There is nothing. I can't think of a city in Argentina. I can't think of any kind of like World Heritage Monument thing in Argentina. I can't think of anything to do in Argentina. I can't think of any reason to go to Argentina. I can't think of doing anything for Argentina except crying. And that's because Argentina only has two things, Evita and soccer. I can think of several things for Peru. Alpacas, Machu Picchu, pan flutes, you know. I can think of at least one thing for Ecuador, the equator. And equatorial malaria. I can think of something at the equator a place where an egg won't fall over. Okay, so that's probably in Ecuador. It's at the equator. I don't know if it's in Ecuador or not, but you think of plenty of things for Brazil. Granted, Honduras isn't replete with things, but at least they have the Contras. Colombia's got cocaine. It's got Pablo Escobar. It's also got a good soccer team. It's got the Hand of God goal from Maradona. What other South American countries are there? There's like Uruguay. Okay, Uruguay. Granted, I can't really think about anything for Uruguay, but Uruguay is a much smaller country than Argentina. Argentina should have done more to make itself stand out by now. Uruguay. Okay, I can't really think of anything I know about Uruguay. Also true for Paraguay. Are they right next to each other even? Are they even close to each other? They sound similar. So ideally they're right next door to each other, but I really don't know anything about either Paraguay or Uruguay. Also, don't know much about Costa Rica. Panama's got a canal. They've also got hats and bananas. So that's 3 things right out the gate without even any struggle. So they're doing well in terms of things you can know about them. Let's see, what other countries are there in Central and South America? Well, I think there might be. Let me look it up. Let's see. Let's see a list of countries in Central America. Okay. Countries in Central America. And we'll do South America. Great. Guatemala. Okay, I admit I don't know really anything about Guatemala. I've already done Panama and Costa Rica. Nicaragua. Oh, that's where the Contras were, not Honduras. My bad. The Contras were in Nicaragua. El Salvador, I don't know anything about El Salvador. Dominican Republic, that's where baseball players come from. Belize, I can't believe that's in Central America, let alone know anything about it. Honduras, we've covered. I don't know anything about them. Cuba, plenty of things about Cuba. You got your Castros, you got your communism, you got your Bay of Pigs, you got your Cuban cigars, etc. Bolivia. Well, Bolivia, I believe, is also known for cocaine, but I think it might also be known for coffee. And that's about all I know about Bolivia. Trinidad and Tobago is also considered Central America. I think that's an island, 2 islands. Haiti is definitely an island. It's also considered Central America. And Haiti's the poorest country, worst off country in the world, pretty much. So Haiti's all fucked up. Now let's put South America. Haiti also lost to China 1-0, even though they played almost the whole game a man down. China did. All right, in South America, we got Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Peru. I've covered those ones. Chile. Chile is a country that's famous in part for its wines. And it used to be a country I wanted to visit in South America, the only country I would wanted to visit in South America. Ecuador, we've covered. Venezuela. Well, they've got plenty of things going on. They've got oil fields. They've got pseudo-socialist economic buttfuckery. They've got a Japanese prime minister for some reason, or had one. Bolivia is also was listed in Central America, now it's listed here in South. That's not cool. Guyana. See, I thought this was in Africa, but no, it's in South America. It looks like an African flag. It's got red, yellow, and green on it. But it's a South American country. I have no idea where it is, what it does, or anything about it. Uruguay. We've covered them. I don't know anything about Uruguay either. Suriname. I thought that was in Africa. It's not. It's in South America. I don't know anything about it. Paraguay. Don't know anything about it. French Guiana. Is it really still French in the middle of South America? Azuba. I've never heard of Azuba. The Falkland Islands. I've forgotten. Oh, Aruba. I'm sorry. This is Aruba. I have heard of Aruba. Falkland Islands. I forgot about them. And Curacao. Huh. Who knew there were so many countries in South America? Let's see where the countries are. Map of South America showing various things. God damn it. Close this. Boo, failure, boo. I want a better map than that. There, this is the map I want. Okay. So, French Guiana, Suriname, Guyana are all along the coast, 3 countries between Venezuela and Brazil. Venezuela marks the top of South America. So its west and south is Colombia. To its direct south is Brazil, which occupies the majority of South America. But tucked in between Venezuela and Brazil are Guyana, Suriname, and French Guiana. The difference between Guyana and French Guiana is that French Guiana comes with a wine reduction sauce. Ecuador is below Colombia and mostly above Peru, although Peru creeps up on the side into Colombia too. So then Peru comes down along the west coast here and runs into Bolivia, which is tucked between Brazil, Peru, and Chile, and then Chile, which is this slender country that goes all the way from the middle of South America all the way down to the very bottom where you might take off to go to, say, Antarctica from. And Argentina is another country that's basically the same shape but is much wider and occupies almost everything from the east coast to the west coast, except for this thin sliver of west coast country called Chile that runs all parallel to it, more or less. The capital of Chile is Santiago, but the capital of Argentina, on the other hand, is Buenos Aires. I bet you don't know Uruguay's capital. Why, it's Montevideo. Eric, can you tell us now what the capital of Brazil is? If you said Rio de Janeiro, you were wrong. It's Brasilia. Okay, but what about the capital of Paraguay? Why, that capital is called Asuncion. And the capital of Bolivia, it actually has 2 capitals, La Paz and Sucre, for some reason. Nobody knows why, least of all the Bolivians. Peru's capital is Lima. Ecuador's capital begins with a Q. Isn't that nice? It's called Quits, I think. It's like Quito. It's called Quito. Quito is the capital of Ecuador. That's why their soccer team always loses. Because they've normalized quitting as a desirable virtue. Bogota is the capital of Colombia. Caracas, the capital of Venezuela. Georgetown is the capital of Guyana. Paramaribo is the capital of Suriname. And Cayenne, like the pepper, is the capital of French Guiana. And that's our geography lesson for today in the class entitled Welcome to South America. I hope you learned a lot. How many of you learned a lot? I see a show of 7 hands. All of you? Fantastic. Okay, well, I'm going to end the stream now because I want to chillax for a bit, and then I want to watch the soccer game starts at 9:30. So, good night, goodbye, and good luck. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. And remember that in my heart of hearts, deep down, I hold a precious love for each of you.